Yeah, Lindsey Graham dead at 71. Now, initially, when I got the news last night, I was surprised. I put out a respectful post giving my condolences because I really don't think that people should say bad things about the dead. And then I woke up in the morning and all I see everywhere, all over social media, is all this praise about how he's a patriot and how he loved America so much and how he did so much for America and the American people. And, you know, like at some point, you just kind of got to call bullshit, and again, like even this saying this kind of feels skeevy because the way I see it, he has a family. I don't really know anything about his personal life. I've heard some rumors, but again, anytime somebody dies, you have to take into consideration the fact that they have family, they have loved ones. You assume that they have people that depended on them, that they were good to. So even if somebody is not the greatest person in the world, you still want to have that level of respect. And I think that that is part of what being a good person is all about. But at the same time, when you see the way that the mainstream media and just the government in general is just flooding the zone with all of this bullshit and all of this indoctrination, at some point you got to give a little bit of pushback. You know what I mean? Like let's face it. Let's face it. And again, like at first I was thinking about like just doing a eulogy, like something like Tim Dillon style, and just be like really sarcastic and talk about how he was such a great man and how much he loved Israel, I mean America, and how he was a man for peace and values and integrity, and all that. And then it's like I get home and I'm like ready to turn the camera on, and I'm like, you know what? I don't even want to do that. It's like, ugh, fucking Lindsey Graham. But anyway, what I found so surprising, and I shouldn't have been surprised at all, is right away you see the same people that have been criticizing everybody for the conspiracy theories about what did or didn't happen to Charlie Kirk, people like Laura Loomer. And right away, look at this. An Iranian regime account is now claiming Iran assassinated Senator Lindsey Graham. They just released one of their state-sponsored IRGC Lego propaganda videos. A Lego propaganda video? Really? Really? That's your evidence? Trying to use Lindsey Graham's death to try to like just stir the pot and promote the war? Like, what do you want? You want more escalation? You want more schools getting bombed? You want more provocation? Is that really what is best for America right now? Is that really what's best for the American people? Just conspiracy theory nonsense. And then look, there's another one. Maybe Russian puppets like Douglas shouldn't be calling for U.S. lawmakers to be assassinated. It's like right away, just planting seeds. Was it Russia? Was it Iran? Was it this one? Who knows? Maybe he said something wrong about our not so greatest ally and got on their nerves. You never know. You never know. Maybe it was the Democrats. Maybe it was Lance Twiggs. like, where are we going with this? And it's like, this is like not even 48 hours out of them just flat out lying about the footage that was shown on Friday for the preliminary hearing for Tyler Robinson's trial, when they try to say that there was a high quality 4K zoomed in footage that shows Tyler Robinson. And shout out to Brandy and Billy and Teresa and everybody that showed up there at the courts this week, and them specifically for calling out that bullshit, because they were in the room. They saw the footage and they were brave enough to say that it's not true, that it wasn't true. And we know it's not true because the first day of the preliminary hearing, they even said that there is no footage of Tyler on the roof taking the shot. In fact, as I broke down the other day on my live stream, The only clear footage of Tyler Robinson that anybody has been able to produce that was taken on September 10th is him at Dairy Queen getting whatever he got, chicken fingers and a shake, and it came from Candace Owens. I repeat, there is no clear footage of Tyler Robinson at UVU. There is no clear image of a weapon. They have a car that they claim was Tyler Robinson's, even though the hood doesn't match. The spoiler does. They have different spoiler counts. Tyler's car had 2 back spoilers. This one had 4. Not to mention the fact that this individual got out and was chatting it up with people that worked for TPUSA, which they failed to mention over the course of the last 10 months. For the last 10 months, all we heard was that Tyler Robinson was a lone shooter. He did it. He confessed to his parents. That got denied. He confessed to Lance Twiggs. The whole case is built around Lance Twiggs. And, you know, I covered that whole testimony the other day. None of that makes sense. None of that makes sense. It's crazy. Even the Dremel that they said that he was using to engrave the bullets. I don't have the clip up. I literally just walked in the door 15 minutes ago. I'll pull it up if you guys want. Or you could take my word for it. But Lance Twiggs, when he's given this recorded statement, he says that Tyler asked him if they had a Dremel. Number one, that's a really weird thing for somebody to ask another person. But number two, if Tyler Robinson is asking Lance if they have a Dremel, doesn't that mean that there's a pretty good chance that it was Lance's Dremel? Right? Tyler apparently didn't even know where it was, but Lance did. And then they tell us the entire motive was that Tyler Robinson was this hateful person that just hated Charlie Kirk. You know, he's dating Lance, this gay, trans, leftist furry who does not come off any of that. He, you know, like I said, he's not the most feminine individual that I've ever seen or heard. But then they're asking him about politics. And, you know, Lance is saying he don't watch politics. And they're asking, does Tyler pay attention to politics? He's like, yeah, a little bit. He would listen to it on the radio sometimes in the car with his friends on the way to work. Now, if he's in a car with multiple people and that's the only time that he's listening to politics, you think maybe, just maybe, it's just someone else in the car that was listening to the politics? Maybe Tyler wasn't that interested? How do you know Tyler was in charge of the radio? And why would he only wait to be in a car with multiple people to put it on and listen and pay attention? And then they ask him flat out, outright, Lance, did Tyler ever talk about Charlie Kirk? And Lance is like, oh, personally, no, I've never heard that. It's like, what do you mean? What are you talking about? Like, that's what this whole case is built on. That Tyler was this gay leftist furry lover that just had so much hate in his heart for Charlie Kirk. He was so politically motivated by Charlie Kirk's political views that he canceled the hunting trip that he was planning for months and talking about for months to go out spontaneously out of nowhere and say, you know what? Screw that hunting trip. I'm going to go out and I'm going to pop Charlie Kirk. I'm going to go out. I'm going to steal someone else's car that looks exactly like mine, minus a couple of cosmetic differences. I'm going to show up. I'm going to go chat it up with TPUSA for a little bit. I'm going to disappear for 55 minutes. I'm going to come back with stilts or high heels, something to make him look like 3 or 4 inches taller. I'm going to limp with both legs to throw him off so they don't know which leg that I have my invisible rifle in. I'm going to stop at Chick-fil-A because I just so happen to know that their camera's not working. I'm going to take the shot. I'm going to head over to Dairy Queen, even though their camera is working, after I get changed again for the second time. And then I'm going to go out and I'm going to get some steak. And I'm going to sit there and I'm going to text a full confession to my gay, trans, furry leftist lover that I've only known for a couple of years, that met me through gaming, even though he doesn't play games, who can't even name any of the games that I play. I'm going to tell him everything. I'm going to spill the guts. I'm going to tell him to save himself. I'm going to set up a pre-recorded message or a scheduled message to tell him where the evidence is. The note under the keyboard. I've already got the other engraved bullets on top of the safe. Easy access for him to turn me in if he feels the need. But that's what I'm going to do. And then I'm going to go home and I'm going to talk to him about doing the laundry when I get there. Are you guys keeping up? Is anybody else buying this? Because that's basically the story that he told. It's like the craziest thing I've ever heard in my life. It really is. I like listen. I've listened to that testimony like 3 times, and like besides, and there were also a couple of other like little discrepancies here. Like originally when the officer, whoever it was, who's interrogating Lance, he goes, "So when did you start dating Matt?" And Lance answers. And it's like, wait a minute, who's Matt? I thought we were talking about Tyler. Now there's a Matt? I mean, I caught it. I should have posted it right away. Other people, they caught it too. It's going online. It's like, wait a minute. Like, and then they just never mention it again. And all of a sudden they're talking about Tyler. And I found that to be really weird. I found, because Matt and Tyler, let's face it, those are 2 totally different names. And it's one thing for the investigator or whoever it is giving the interview to mix that up. But then why didn't Lance correct him? Why didn't Lance say, who's Matt? I was dating Tyler. Matt was Tyler's friend. Like, there was none of that. He's just answering the questions. And that's not even the only time that happened. There was another situation where the guy is like showing the text messages. And he's like, yeah, we have text messages here from September 10th. The last one is on September 12th. Can you confirm that? And Lance is like, yes. And I'm like, wait a minute. September 12th? How is he sending messages on September 12th if he turned himself in on September 11th? And then all of a sudden, the investigator, whoever's asking the questions, goes back and he references September 11th like 3 times in a row. Like September 11th. Oh, yeah, September 11th. Like, he didn't correct the transcript. He didn't correct the record. He didn't say, oh, I said earlier that his name was Matt, but I meant Tyler. He didn't say, oh, I said earlier that the messages were, September 10th to September 12th, and you confirmed it, and now I'm just, pretending that I didn't say that, and I'm just referencing the 11th, and you're just going along with it. Like, it really felt and feels like when I watched that, it's not even an interrogation. It's an interview or a statement, which is another weird thing. But it seemed to me like Lance was just going along. It didn't matter what this guy said, that Lance was just going to go along with it. It's like, when did you start dating Veronica? Oh, yeah. When did you start dating Matt? When did you start dating Tyrone? He's giving the same answers. It's like, all right, well, the last text you got was on September 12th, right? Yeah. The last text message you got was on Halloween, right? Yeah. Well, he texted you for Christmas, right? Yeah. Like, there was no pushback. There was no real conversation. Everything felt so scripted. This guy, Lance, like, it's weird too, because like he looked nervous, but not in the nervous, like I'm going to get in trouble kind of way. It was like the nervous, like, what the fuck am I doing kind of way, if that makes sense. And then now, I was getting text messages earlier. Like I said, I was doing a lot of running around today, so I wasn't really staying in the loop. And I'm hearing that is this true, guys? Put a 1 in the chat if you've seen anything on the news about any of these people that have been pushing the lone shooter Fed slop and attacking Candace Owens these last 10 months. If any of them is now starting to entertain the idea of a second shooter. Is that really happening right now? I'm not like stringing anybody along playing games. I had to go to Connecticut with my dad, and I was driving. I was on the ferry. I don't really know exactly what's going on. I literally got home. I heated up some coffee, and within 10 minutes, my computer was on. I had a couple Lindsey Graham clips. I saw that Erika had something to say. That's always freaking juicy. And that's it. So I'm just trying to catch up. But yeah, point is, if these lying sacks of shit start now trying to entertain that, like any of these people that all of a sudden they got questions, all of a sudden Lance seems suspicious, all of a sudden the other 4 guys that were in what's supposed to be Tyler's car at UVU the night of the shooting, like all of a sudden if they start asking about these things, well, you know, like he could have had help. There could have been another shooter. Like, we don't know. We have, like, what about this Lance guy? Listen, anybody who's pivoting from Tyler Robinson was the lone shooter, we have a mountain of evidence, we know he did it. If you say otherwise, you're anti-Semitic or you're a conspiracy theorist, to now all of a sudden they have questions. They are on the take. They are a Fed. They are a liar. They have an agenda. Whatever the case is, they have an agenda. It's been 10 months. It's been 10 months of hand signals, of following money, of lying about text messages and issues with donors, to all of a sudden it comes out. Like, we've been, like, anybody who's been following the case knows. Like, we all know what's up. Anybody else who's just, like, trying to, like, save face now because, like, the evidence is out and they just look like the complete lying pieces of sacks of shit that they are, like, no. Don't let them get away with it. Please, I'm begging you. Call them out. Call them out. Know who they are and just pay attention. And believe me, I'm going to do that. Anybody who pivots, anybody who all of a sudden is sitting on the fence, all of a sudden they're switching sides, I'm going to call every single one of these cocksuckers out, because they've all been attacking us and gaslighting us and like using this to almost weaponize against freedom of speech. That, like, people like me or people like Candace that are trying to get the truth and make content that's truthful and honest and do real investigations, that try to say that we're dangerous, that we're a problem, that we're going to get Tyler Robinson off when they know that he did it. Like, listen, I know I've said it a million times, but this is America. It is innocent until proven guilty beyond a shadow of a reasonable doubt. And in this case, this first week, we had 5 days of this preliminary hearings, and all we got was reasonable doubt. The DNA is subjective. It's subjective. They say that they make decisions based on how they're going to test, how many people they're going to test for. Was it 3 people? Was it 4 people? Well, this percentage is this. They can run that DNA 50 times and get 50 answers. They took the one that had Tyler Robinson's at the highest probability. That's not real. That is not real. If this was real, if this was legitimate, they would give us all the results, and they'd have multiple different institutions taking these tests. And then you see it all. You see it all. Let the FBI run it 50 times. Let ATF run it 50 times. And they say that it gets confusing, that, oh, no, but you do this and it's going to conflict. It's going to create doubt. It's like, listen, if you have enough people running it enough times, you're going to find patterns. You're going to find consistencies and inconsistencies. You're going to be able to explain it. But that's the only way that you could do it. You have to be transparent. You can't cherry pick, you know? And finding out that with Tyler Robinson, that there's 5 people's DNA on the weapon, on the evidence, on the screwdriver, and that he may have been in a car, or that his car had 4 individuals in it driving around the area that night. It's like, what are we talking about here? All we have is reasonable doubt. And had they arrested Lance in the very beginning and arrested both of them and gave one of them a deal, that would actually make sense, because that's normally what happens. Normally, when people commit a crime together, you arrest both of them, you give them the same proposition, and whoever sells out the other one first is going to get to see the light of day one day, and the other guy is going to get the max. It happens all the time. It happens with murders. It happens with bank robberies. It happens with drug dealers. But that's not what they did. That's not what they did. They put it all on Tyler Robinson. Lance Twiggs was like, they treated him like he was this hero. You know, like he was the one cooperating. He was the one that turned him in. I look at everything now, I kind of think it's the other way around. I kind of think that maybe Lance did this and that Tyler Robinson was going to turn him in. And then Lance and his buddies said, nah, fuck this. And that they set up Tyler. I really do. I think that that's a possibility. I also think that there's another possibility that this whole thing is staged and the whole thing is bullshit. And it's just some type of psyop that they, Charlie's getting an early retirement and this is just what they do. They figure they'd milk it for some propaganda and, try to rally everybody behind them. And it just backfired. And now they're cleaning up this mess. But nothing about this case makes sense. It really does feel like Tyler got set up and that he was not supposed to live. Because had Tyler Robinson had been killed that day, it wouldn't have gone this far. There'd be no trial. This information wouldn't have had a reason to come out. It would have been sealed. It would have been classified. There would have been some redactions. And then in like 30 years, it would have came out and it would be like, oh shit, like, yeah, they screwed this kid. But by then it would have been too late and people would have moved on. You'd have a whole other generation with their own conspiracy theories, their own problems, their own stuff going on. And they would have looked at it the way that like we kind of look at 9/11 or JFK or Martin Luther King Jr. or Iran-Contra or one of these other conspiracy theories that's closer to our time. But instead, Tyler Robinson turned himself in. And now all this had to go to trial. And the evidence is coming out. And it's all bad. It's all bad. Every single person that assumed Tyler Robinson's guilt has egg on their face right now. It's terrible. And now all these people that were saying that, oh, it's a conspiracy theory. Oh, it's a conspiracy theory. They're crazy. Now they're going to do the same shit with Lindsey Graham. Oh, Iran killed him. Oh, Russia killed him. Oh, maybe it was this one. Maybe it was Hezbollah. Maybe it was China. No, you know what? Maybe he was a fucking 71-year-old alcoholic that didn't live a healthy life and it was his time. Maybe, or maybe I'm crazy. I don't know. My dad's like 68. He smokes a lot, drinks, had strokes, not that healthy. I'll be very happy to see him walking around at 71. So yeah, all these other people that were gaslighting us for Charlie Kirk, and now they want to push conspiracy theories for Lindsey Graham. Fuck off. Fuck off. We don't want to hear it. Nobody even cares. Again, I'm not trying to sit here and talk shit about the dead, but the world is a better place today. America is a better place today than it was yesterday. And that's just a fact. That's just the truth. And that's again, condolences to his family. I'm sure they're well off. I'm sure they're going to be okay. But this guy was not an America First patriot. He did not give a fuck about any of us. Where was he with getting transparency for 9/11? Where was he with cracking down with all the corruption and insider trading on both 9/11 and the 2008 financial crisis? Where was he with the opioid epidemic? He was voting for the wars every step of the way. So, you know what? I really don't give a shit. I don't care if it was a fucking natural causes. I don't care if it was Russia. I don't care if it was Iran. I don't care if Israel got him with an exploding butt plug. Fuck him. But to be fair, because he's not here to speak for himself, I'll play a couple of his clips and we'll see his positions on some of these things.
Better equipment. We were producing numbers about 18 months ago of people that were poorly trained and at their first duty station are getting overrun. They were outgunned and they were outmanned on the police side. And we were producing an army that, quite frankly, had no training standards. That's hard to absorb since we've been there for 10 years, right? How could that be? I would argue that Afghanistan has been the redheaded stepchild of the American war effort for quite a while because of Iraq. President Obama was right about this. Iraq did divert a lot of resources and world attention away from Afghanistan. And how did the Taliban reemerge after the 2002 and 2003 efforts to defeat them? They filled a vacuum that was created by lack of security and poor governance. They don't have one tank, they have no air force, and nobody has a navy because you don't need one in Afghanistan. The fact that they could come back with almost 100,000 coalition forces during the time period of 2002.
You know what really pisses me off about guys like him, though? You never hear the truth. You know, like with Al-Qaeda, you never hear the truth. Remember what they used to tell us? Well, I mean, if you're of age, I was 12 years old when 9/11 happened, and they told us that it was a bunch of Muslims that just hated America, and they hated our freedom. The same way Tyler Robinson just hated Charlie Kirk. There was no reason behind the hate. They just hated to hate, and they attacked us, and they were going to attack us again, and they were going to chop our heads off just because we're white American and not Muslim, and that it's them or us. That was like the propaganda that I grew up on from the time I was like 12 years old. You know, but they leave out, they leave out what was going on in the 80s during the Cold War when we were fighting the Soviets, and how they basically propped up and flooded the jihads with money and weapons through Pakistan intelligence, including Osama bin Laden, that they were working for the CIA and that they were just arming them up and just sending them at people. They talk about these power vacuums. They gave them the power to begin with. They gave them the power. They set the stage for these wars and these conflicts to happen. And then they act like they're the good guys going in to clean it up and spread democracy and save everybody. And they're going to save the Jews. It's like, listen, I wish that were I wish that were true. I wish that was the case. I really wish that there were just bad people out there that were just doing all this bad shit just to do it. And that America and Israel, that we were the good guys and we were just trying to protect the citizens, protect the civilians, take care of the bad guys, get rid of them, give the women and children a chance, bring in refugees, set them up somewhere, give them a good education, and just do things the right way. But that's not what happens. That's not how this has gone on. You have intelligence from America, Israel, and every other nation going around trying to insert plants like, I don't even know if I can say his name on YouTube. My shit will get shut down. But somebody that Lindsey Graham was talking to the other day that's involved in a conflict. But they set up these plants to prop up these people to pretend that they're running the country when they're really pulling their strings. And they sit there arming these different groups, both sides. They finance both sides of these conflicts. And then it's like, oh, well, we got to do what we got to do. I mean, look what they're doing over there. It's crazy. It's crazy. It's almost like imagine if the cops were going to a high school and passing out drugs so that they could sell them to other kids. And they're like, oh, we got to go in. I mean, they're selling drugs to kids. What are we going to do? We can't let this go on. And then instead of selling the drug instead of arresting the drug dealers that they gave the drugs to, they start arresting the kids. Am I wrong? That's what it appears to be going on with these intelligence agencies in these foreign conflicts. They just keep the machine going. And then you get people like Lori Franzwey, who's involved with all these different contracts, all these different fucking neocons with the big five companies in the military industrial complex. And Boeing, it's like they just keep making more shit, keep making more guns, keep making more bullets. Keep the demand up, right? Because everything's supply and demand, right? As long as there's all these conflicts, there's a demand. They got to make more, and they could sell more. And Israel needs it too. Let's cut them a check so they could just cash it back with us. And it just goes round and round and round. And people over there are dying, and people over here are getting bled dry financially. And that is what's been going on in my entire lifetime. And I'm fucking sick of it. So, forgive me if I don't view somebody like Lindsey Graham as a patriot, somebody that loved his country and was out for the betterment of people like me. I don't think he ever worked for the people. Yeah, it's, and you know what? Epstein was the breaking point. Like, if there was ever a time for our government to show us that they were the good guys and that they were going to take accountability, and that there was like certain lines that couldn't be crossed, that you knew that, you know, the CIA, the FBI, that they would do bad things behind the scenes, but it was for a purpose. It was for a greater good. You know, there was a means to an end. If there was ever a time to prove that, it was with Epstein. And now, all these years later, there's still not a single arrest. So who's the conspiracy theory? Who's the conspiracy theorist? Who's the one that's full of shit? Who's the one that really doesn't love America or the American people? Who's the one that's really being dishonest? Who are the real grifters? And then what? All these cocksuckers that sit here and support this shit and push this propaganda, they just vilify people like Candace and Ian Carroll. You know, like everybody else is spreading misinformation. You know, all these people that love Trump and supported Trump for years. I was Team Trump for a decade. And then all of a sudden, I get upset about him breaking his word, betraying his people, betraying his voters, doing the 180, same way TPUSA ironically did it 180 after Charlie left the board. And now I got these assholes telling me that I'm an undercover leftist, that I'm crazy. Like, I don't know what I'm talking about. That's why I will debate any of these people. I will debate anybody who wants to have a debate, and real, like, nothing isolated. Like, we're not going to put things in a little box, you know? No, let's talk about the real state of America and how we got here. Let's see who really knows their shit. Let's see if there's anyone out there that has any disagreements with anything I'm saying right now, that wants to go toe to toe and have a debate. I fucking love it. I would love it. There is nothing more. And it can be friendly. I've already proven with Gary that I am not just out here trying to attack people. I'm not trying to assassinate anybody's character. Just the facts. Just the facts. Here, let me not rant too much.
The decision to withdraw U.S. forces created a vacuum. Syria is a launching pad, and it's all come together. We need air power immediately to stop the advance toward Baghdad. If the central government in Iraq collapses, and that's the goal of ISIS, Iran will own the southern part of Iraq. That's where the Shias live. They can operate ISIS from Baghdad to Kurdistan all the way into Syria. They will eventually march on Jordan and Lebanon. Our best ally in the region is the King of Jordan. And they will attack us from that part of Iraq and Syria, according to our own national.
You hear them? It's like, oh, they're going to march on Lebanon. We got to save the people of Lebanon. How's that working out a couple years later? How are the people in Lebanon doing these days? What are they thinking about America and Lindsey Graham and Lindsey Graham's plans to save them? It's like, give me a break. Oh, this one's a little more recent.
I think Putin's going to continue to take the Donbass by force until we increase pressure. So here's what I think. We're going to be loosey with the football if we don't watch it. We keep engaging Russia. We keep engaging, trying to lure Putin to the peace table, and he rebuffs all of our efforts. If he says no this time, here's what I hope President Trump will do. Signed my bill that has 85 co-sponsors and put tariffs on countries like China who buy cheap Russian oil. Make Russia a state sponsor of terrorism for kidnapping 20,000 Ukrainian kids.
He wants to keep engaging with Russia, keep engaging with Putin. Yeah, that's going to work out great. And then he is what Trump should do. Trump should take his bill and go to China and enforce some tariffs. Well, how did that work out? Because Trump did that like a month ago. He went to China and they basically told him to fuck off that America is not the world's superpower anymore and that they don't care about the tariffs. America has lost its respect, its credibility, and its power on the global scale. It's just a fact. And saying so does not mean that I don't love my country, that I don't want my country to be on top. It's just being honest. We have let things go. We dropped the ball. We fucked up. And they've been flooding the zone, brainwashing us with bullshit to try to distract us from that fact. And then when things really do hit the fan, when this next economic bubble really bursts, and trust me, it's going to in the very near future, and when that day comes, they're going to sit there flooding the information with even more bullshit, pointing fingers at everybody else but themselves, while they sit there and talk to us about how we need to make things better by consuming less. Maybe don't travel as much. Maybe work a little more. You know, maybe eat a little more cereal and unhealthy freaking goy slop instead of healthy foods. You know, they're already talking. I live in New York. I saw on the news the other day when the heat was high that they're sitting there saying that they want people to keep their air conditioners at 78 degrees to conserve power. Really? Really? While they're putting up data centers left and right, they don't even want us using our air conditioners? That's America. That's the American dream in 2026. After all of these years of being the world's greatest superpower and sticking our nose in other countries' business and propping up other leaders all over the world and causing all these regime changes and going in and taking their gold, taking their oil, taking their opium. And that's what it got us. That's the means to the end. That's the greater good. We lose our fucking air conditioning while they get data centers. Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me?
And most importantly, seize ships that are carrying sanctioned Russian oil like you're doing in Venezuela. If Putin says no, we need to dramatically change the game, including giving Tomahawk missiles to Ukraine to hit the drone and missile factories that exist in Russia.
Yeah, yeah. Why not? Why not, Lindsey? Tomahawks. That's a great idea. What's next? What's next? We're gonna nuke them? You know what I mean? Like, what are we talking about? Well, what were you talking about? It's like, oh my God. At least he had his priorities in order.
Twiggs by Iran, Hezbollah, and Hamas, dedicated to their destruction. And you're telling me you're going to tell them how to fight the war and what they can and can't use when everybody around them wants to kill all the Jews? And you're telling me that if we withhold weapons in this fight, the existential fight for the life of the Jewish state, it won't send the wrong signal? Do you still think it was a good idea, General Austin, to get out of Afghanistan?
I support the president's decision.
Yeah, I think you do. I think it was a disastrous decision. If we stop weapons necessary to destroy the enemies of the state of Israel at a time of great peril, we will pay a price. This is obscene. It is absurd. Give Israel what they need to fight the war they can't afford to lose.
But who can't afford to lose it? Who can't? Who's the one that really can't afford to lose it? Is it just Israel? Or is it the people that are using Israel to basically launder money into their own pockets? Like I said, they just want to keep the machine going. Keep the machine going. And like when he's sitting there saying, like, oh, we need to protect the Jews. Like, yes, we do need to protect the Jews, but we need to protect all people. Like why isolate it? Why single anybody out? Is that why there's so many Christians getting killed over there right now? You know, like it's just insane. It sounds to me like he's just pandering. He's just kissing somebody's ass. He's just putting another interest, a foreign nation's interest, before America's. Like when he says, we got to give them what they need, he's talking about the American taxpayers. Oh, no, I didn't play this one yet.
I think if there were anything explosive out there about other people, we've known it by now. And there's some folks that have taken this to an area where there seems to be no factual basis for it. So I'm okay.
He's talking about the files. Oh, wow, that's a good one. He's all about transparency with the files. Now, when everything got redacted and covered up, even though they passed laws where they were supposed to release all of the Big E files and they didn't, still to this day, has he spoken up about it? Has he advocated about it? He was in Trump's cabinet. Has he answered to the American people about that?
To the news final documents from the ongoing.
Losing her mother, she has been very attentive to her mother.
Now, this was 2 years
Secondly,
ago.
I did get back from Israel and Saudi Arabia. The attack against Israel on October the 7th, I think, was motivated by Iran to stop the nightmare of the Arabs reconciling with the Israelis, a nightmare in Iran's world for the Arab conflict to end and Saudi Arabia recognize Israel. So I'm cautiously optimistic the normalization efforts are still on track. We got a long way to go. As to Marsha, I want to tip my hat to her. She's been tenacious. She's asking for the flight logs of who traveled with Epstein. I'd like to know that myself. She's wanting to know why he got such a sweetheart deal in 2015. Remember the Acosta guy that was the prosecutor, but I think became labor secretary?
He doesn't even have his facts straight. He didn't get the sweetheart deal in 2015. He got the sweetheart deal in 2007. He got arrested in 2005. 2015, that's around the time that Virginia Giuffre came back and started spilling the beans about other people. And then Ghislaine Maxwell called her a liar. And then she sued Ghislaine Maxwell for defamation, and Ghislaine settled because obviously Virginia Giuffre was not lying. And rest in peace to Virginia Giuffre, because she's also not with us anymore. Although all these same people that are talking about conspiracy theories with Lindsey Graham and how there's no conspiracy theories surrounding Charlie Kirk, none of them have anything to say about Virginia Giuffre. Except, of course, Megyn Kelly, who, decided to discredit her after her death and bring on Alan Dershowitz to her show and glaze him. And then, go on to talk about later how, Big E wasn't even really a pedo. Like he just liked him a little young, like not that young, like not prepubescent. It's like she would fucking know. Oh yeah, that's right. She would know because she said that she trusts Dan Bongino. So listen, I know a lot of people like Megyn Kelly. I know lately, she's been supporting Candace and, they seem to get along, but fuck Megyn Kelly. All right. She is like one of the worst out of all these people because she pretends that she's like one of us. She pretends to be objective, even though back in December, she was the one that was saying that Tyler Robinson did it. She knew it. She wants him dead. She wants to be there in the room. I won't be surprised if now she has some more questions about Lance Twiggs and that she wants to know if other people were involved, if there's more to this. The attorney who is, advocating for the death penalty of a 22-year-old when there was all this evidence right off the bat that, hey, maybe he didn't do it. Maybe other people were involved. But no, she used her platform to tell millions of people that she wants him dead, assuming his guilt. Just like she used her platform and told millions of people that Virginia Giuffre was a liar and that she was on drugs and that Big E wasn't even a pedo. And that she's known Alan Dershowitz for years. He's like one of the best guys ever. And she trusts Dan Bongino. So, again, I'm not going to stay on that topic too long, but fuck Megyn Kelly. We did that. You know what? Let's go to this douchebag.
I feel like I've been dealing with so many crazy accusations, either leveled at Erika or myself or the organization or whatever, anything except for Tyler Robinson in this process, that I haven't gotten a chance to articulate clearly what questions I still have outstanding that I want answers to. So here we go. Who knew what when? That's right. There is a lot of indication online that other people knew something was going to happen that day on September 10th. They posted on social media.
Well, hold on. Right off the bat, why don't you ask Blake Neff? Because Blake Neff said he knows who Tyler Robinson was talking to at Turning Point USA before he allegedly killed Charlie Kirk. But he said he's not telling. Did he tell you, Andrew? Do you know who Tyler Robinson or the person that they're claiming to be Tyler Robinson in the car that was definitely not Tyler Robinson's was talking to at Turning Point USA? Staff, people that work for you or work with you? Do you know? Why don't you ask them? How come we're only finding out about this now at the preliminary hearing when you guys had this mountain of evidence? You know, when you talked about this mountain of evidence, you left out the fact that there was a 223 round on a separate roof. You know, the bullet that like everybody was, or most people were theorizing was probably used in this shooting based on the damage that was seen and damage that wasn't seen for a 30-06. But no, we were all crazy. We were all crazy. It was a 30-06. It was him. He was a lone shooter. Now, 10 months later, after all the gaslighting, all the shit talking, all the bullshit, now you got questions, but you also have an answer because, like I said, there was somebody who was not in Tyler Robinson's car that you guys are claiming was Tyler Robinson that was at UVU that morning talking to people that work with you, and you guys withheld that information. And I still don't understand why there wasn't a single witness that had to testify at the preliminary hearing. Should have got them all up there. Like, that's what I thought it was going to be. I thought we were going to get Blake Neff. I thought we were going to get Mikey McCoy. I thought we were going to get Dan Flood. Thought we were going to get Brian Harpole. Terrell Farnsworth. Got a lot of questions for that cocksucker. But no. We get like assistants and specialists and people that ran some analysis. You know, we got a cop that, you know, just happened to turn his body camera off while he's on the roof. You know, we have a lead investigator that didn't even know that the crime scene was dug up and paved over until he found out on the news. A lot of weird stuff, guys. A lot of shady stuff.
About it in really, really creepy ways. And none of those people have been held accountable. And I want to know why and what did they know and when. Another question I want to know the answer to is, was Lance Twiggs more involved than we currently know, right? We know that he's been given limited immunity for his testimony. It's going to be video testimony in the preliminary hearing. But how much did he know? And how much did he radicalize?
No. How much did you know, Andrew? How much more do you know? Like, we already know that Blake Neff is sitting on information that he's withholding from the public. What information are you sitting on, Andrew? Were there any more text messages before Charlie died about how he thought that they were going to kill him? We know you got that message. We know you got that message. We know Dan Flood apparently got that message. Did anybody else get that message? Why didn't you tell Erika? Or did you tell Erika and she withheld it? But why would she withhold it? And if she didn't withhold it and she's not lying, then why wouldn't you tell her? Because you would think that if Charlie just got shot in the neck and was killed in public, and now Erika is taking his role, that she might be in danger. So obviously, if Charlie was texting you right before saying that he thought that he was in danger and they were going to kill him, you wouldn't just not tell Erika about that. You know, Dan Flood, the guy in charge of like assessing risk or whatever. I mean, risk assessment. When a guy says that he thinks they are going to kill him, that seems like a pretty big risk to assess, don't you think? That might be something that you want to tell the new boss. That might be something that you want to tell the victim's wife, especially when she's the new boss. But why all the miscommunication? Why is everything so under wraps? Why isn't anything being made public? What are you hiding?
Tyler Robinson. it seems, and I encourage everybody to go check it out, there's a Turkey Tom YouTube video where one of their friends that would hang out with them in their apartment seems to indicate that it was a really manic.
And why do you seem so happy to be talking about this? Right? Is it me? Is it me, or is he just like a little too giddy? Like, seriously, watch his facial expressions. It's like he's holding back smiles. It's like, well, guys, now I get to pretend that I'm one of you. I got some questions too. I know you guys don't like Lance Twiggs. You think it was Lance Twiggs. Maybe if I pretend that I'm a little suspicious of Lance Twiggs myself, you guys won't think that I'm a complete douchebag. Well, Andrew, I got bad news for you. We think that you're a bigger piece of shit than ever before, with good reason.
Disassociative, sort of morally corrupt, bankrupt environment that Tyler Robinson was living in, and Lance Twiggs seems to be the source for a lot of that. So did Tyler Robinson just...
Oh, now Lance Twiggs is the source of the environment. Right? Yeah, I can't. This whole thing has to be a psyop. It just has to. There's just no way. It's just like, it's becoming too much. When you got an entire courtroom seeing the same bullshit footage that we've all seen a million times, and they're coming out and they're all saying, it was 4K HD, it was terrible, it was so hard to watch. You saw it. I mean, I knew we were going to see it, but we saw it. And then you got Brandy coming out saying it's the same old shit. We don't see anything. It could be anybody on that roof. I don't know what they're talking about. Who are we going to believe? Andrew Colvett or Brandy? I know who I believe. I know who I don't believe.
Just do this crazy thing all on his own, or did Lance Twiggs put him up to it? Was he a co-conspirator? I want to know that, because if it comes out that he...
And you know what? You know who else wanted to know that from day one? Candace Owens. Remember in the very beginning? Like very, very beginning? Like still September? And Candace Owens is asking questions about Lance Twiggs? And you fucking assholes were attacking her? No. Forget about Lance Twiggs. He's a good guy. He's one of us. He had no idea that Tyler was going to do this. Tyler was a lone shooter. Lance was the one cooperating. He turned him in. That's why his family ran into all this money and opened up 8 LLCs. And he's getting partial immunity, and he's not even going to have to testify at the preliminary hearing, because we know there are no questions to ask. Remember? Candace is asking questions about Lance Twiggs, and Erika Kirk is saying to stop. Right? Is it me? Am I living in the Twilight Zone? Did I get something wrong? Like, where's the break in the pattern? Who's been consistent? Who hasn't been consistent? Now that the evidence is starting to come out, the people that are changing their tune, those are the people that I would put on the stand. Those are the people that I would want cross-examined and interrogated and have fucking wiretapped and all of their text messages and emails analyzed. You get me that evidence. I plug that shit into my AI models. I'll let you guys know exactly who knew what in half a day. Half a day. They won't even have to pay me. I'll do it pro bono. Tell Cash Patel right now. Any files you want, I'll sign any NDAs, whatever, Between me and you guys, off the record, I won't even make a video telling anybody that I did it. But I'll do your job for you. I promise.
He was a co-conspirator. I would love to see him held accountable for that and not be granted any immunity whatsoever.
No, Andrew. We would love to see you held accountable and not granted any immunity.
Another question I have is where...
Oh, more questions. Great. I'm so happy that these guys have questions now. I got to find more clips. All I got is this and one of Erika. I'm getting excited here. We're about an hour in. I can find some more clips. We can keep going. Well, let's hear what this cocksucker has to say.
Where did Tyler Robinson go immediately after taking the shot, running off the rooftop, and tossing the gun into the...
Again, we don't know that that's Tyler Robinson. And actually, you know what? Speaking of clips, I can tell you where he went, because remember Lala? Shout out to Lala. I think she's coming on the show tomorrow. but she found it out, believe it or not. Well, she's pretty sure. She didn't find it out for sure. But they found something very, very interesting. Hold on. I got to find this. Hold up. Just give me 1 second. Is this the one? Yeah. Hey guys, guess what? Here's some more information that they never told you guys. So across the street from the Losi Center, in those woods, that the guy on the roof, that's probably not Tyler Robinson, that he ran to, there was a secret path. There was like a little hidden path and stairway that went right to Campus Drive. Hey, let's check it out.
I know. I don't really sweat. I should sweat more.
I don't remember them talking about this. That's really convenient. That is really convenient, especially if you had like 3 friends that you were going to be driving around with that night in a car that could pick you up over there after you do it. That would make for a really easy getaway, wouldn't it? Wouldn't it? You run right across the street, you find the hidden pathway, you run through the steps, you come out there, you have another car waiting there with a couple of your buddies, and you just take off. Right? It makes sense to me. I don't know why nobody else figured this out yet. Did Erika or any of these other people, Brandon Tatum, any of Charlie's, alleged friends that were at the courthouse, did any of them even go to UVU this week? You would think that they would do something at UVU, right? Where Charlie was killed. Whether publicly, make a big thing, or privately, a little moment of peace. Because I got news for you. I was in touch with a lot of people. I was planning on going to Utah last week, and I couldn't. But I was getting organized with a lot of different people. I had people that were in the courthouse during every day of the preliminary hearings, and I had people that were investigating at UVU. And I was getting a lot of juicy stuff. I'm not going to lie, inside and out. Some of it, which I posted the other day as well. Hold on, let me get to my page. I know if you've been following me, you've already seen this. But I had somebody that was pretty close to Erika. And they said that one of the last days that she was wearing a ring that kind of looked like that Medal of Freedom replica, but it wasn't the Medal of Freedom replica. And we talked about it a couple times. I wanted to make sure that they were sure. And they said no. I showed both rings, and they said no. It was an Eastern Star, which is strongly affiliated with women that are connected to Freemasons. Like top high-ranking level Freemasons. And they're swearing. They're like, Bayes, that was the ring. Not this one specifically. The colors, I think they said, were a little different. But it was a gold band with an Eastern Star. I think the star was upside down, and it had different colors. So they also said that, that specific day that she got up and she was like grilling the judge, like really like putting the waterworks on, and that she didn't have her usual tissues, that she was letting the mascara run. That's not manipulating the judge at all. They said that she even left a package, a sealed package of tissues under her bench when she left. So yeah, I've had eyes everywhere. And look at this. Now I just feel like they're trolling us. This is outside the Losi Center. Porta potties. You see the name? Robinson. It's like they're just fucking with us. It's like they're just fucking with us. You can't even make it up. Oh, yeah, and this is a good one, too. Shout out to Jane Doe for sending me this. I found out after the fact that Kelly Raybon had already covered this in the past. You guys recognize him? You know who this is? That's Dan Flood. Dan Flood, go figure. He was a gay model, an actor, head of risk assessment. The guy who did the symbol right before Charlie got popped. This is him. You know, I'd heard so many things. People were telling me, "Oh, he was head of BB's security detail. He's intelligence. He's this." Looks like a fucking fruitcake to me. Gay model. Can't believe it. Tell Mitch Snow not to worry. Mitch Snow saw some shady individuals outside his, outside his door with his ring cam. He thought that it might have been Dan Flood. I don't know. Maybe he's got the hots for Mitch. I don't know what to say. But yeah, I'm going deeper, and I'm not going to stop until I find the truth. I'm going to find out what happened. And I'm going to keep getting dirt on all of these assholes. Oh no, did I wanted to listen to what Andrew had to say. Oh, don't worry, I still got him. This piece of shit.
I feel like I've been Tyler Robinson. It seems, and I encourage everybody to go check it out, there's a Turkey Tom YouTube video where one of their friends that would hang out with them in their apartment seems to indicate that it was a really manic, disassociative, sort of morally corrupt, bankrupt environment that Tyler Robinson was living in, and Lance Twiggs seems to be the source for a lot of that. So did Tyler Robinson just do this crazy thing all on his own, or did Lance Twiggs put him up to it? Was he co-conspirator? I want to know that, because if it comes out that he was a co-conspirator, I would love to see him held accountable for that.
Sorry.
And not be granted any
I
immunity
know.
whatsoever. Another question I have is, where did Tyler Robinson go immediately after taking the shot, running off the rooftop, and tossing the gun into the forest? Where did he go? We know that the state has evidence that he was back on campus that night into the wee hours of September 11th. But where?
Wait. You mean the state doesn't know about the hidden trail that I just showed everybody? That's new? Maybe I should be working with the state too. Like I said, pro bono. You guys need help cracking this thing? Just give me a call. I got you back. I just want the truth. I believe in America. I want to believe in our justice system. I don't right now. But who knows? Maybe if you give me a chance and I give you a chance, we can work together and get the people the truth so that we actually believe that America is run by America and it's run the way that it's supposed to be run. And the people could start having some faith in the system again. Because right now, I don't think that that's the case.
Where did he go immediately after? That's a big question. One of the questions that is really tough
I think
for
I just
me
answered that.
is, why were those darn rooftops so accessible?
Did he say darn rooftops? Did he say darn rooftops? But you know what? Now that you mention it, they were pretty accessible. In fact, they were so accessible that I think it's very possible that you might have had multiple people on multiple rooftops at the same time. At the same time. I mean, it would kind of debunk the Tyler Robinson lone shooter theory. But if the guy on the roof that we've been seeing wasn't Tyler Robinson, who knows? Maybe he was on another roof. Maybe he was involved. I'm not going to rule that out. I don't think he was the guy that they're saying was, pretending, or that, they're saying he took the shot. I think the guy in that spot was pretending to take the shot. I don't think the shot was taken from there at that spot by the Losi Center. I don't. I also don't think that Tyler took the shot at all. But I'm curious who dropped that 223. Because the lead investigator under oath originally said that the bullet was connected to law enforcement, which I found really, really interesting, because that means that the only physical evidence that a shooting even happened on the scene was connected to law enforcement. But I think they took that back and they said no, that they just don't know where that bullet came. But again, you know, Andrew brings up a good point. Those darn rooftops, they were so accessible. Anybody could have been on them. Anybody could have been on any of them, even at the same time. And based on all the footage we've seen, we have no reason to believe that any of those individuals were Tyler Robinson.
First of all, why set up a building where you can just like go over a railing and get on a rooftop? That's one question. Why were there not cops planted out there? That's another question. And why were there not people spotting those rooftops? Now, you might say, well, gee, Andrew, Turning Point had its own security. Well, guess what? The way you work with campuses is you only get to have immediate vicinity jurisdiction around the person that you're protecting. So I don't know what the exact distance was, but it's essentially like, let's say 30 feet around Charlie's perimeter was what our personal private security was able to take care of. So
what, you mean the gay model and Brian Harpole and Rick Cutler, who just showed up for the one-off? That security? You know, I also heard from a witness that was there on the scene that day and attended UVU that said that there was more security at her graduation than there was on September 10th when Charlie Kirk was assassinated. Think about that for a second. UVU had more security at a graduation than they did for that event.
So we were relying on Campus PD to monitor the ingress, egress to the area and the rooftops. I want to know, why were they so accessible? And I know that I take a bunch of crap for this, but I want to know more about the rounds, the ammunition, the 30-06 rounds. I know that the comments are going to be filled with, it was not a 30-06, blah, blah, blah. Well, the ATF report confirms it. The medical examiner confirms that it was. So I know.
No, that's a lie. That's a lie. When did he post this bullshit? When did he post that bullshit? Because the ATF report states that the fragments that they took out could have been matched to at least a dozen different guns, maybe more. Could have been 24. It did not match a 30-06, not definitively in the sense where they know that it was fired from a 30-06. They said that it was possible, just like it was possible that it could have came from over a dozen other guns.
That won't be enough for anybody, or at least a lot of people, but bear with me. Let's assume it was a 30-06. That is a powerful round.
Why would we assume that it's a 30-06? Why would we assume that it's a 30-06? There's literally no reason to assume that it was a 30-06. There's reason to believe that they planted the Mauser rifle with that fires the 30-06, or that somebody planted it. But there's no reason to believe that Charlie Kirk was actually shot in the neck with the 30-06. I had said before, because I was trying to be objective. You know, Gary told me about that book, and the book had a lot of different physics, math formulas and whatnot, and I plugged it in, and I went to talk to him about it. I was very objective. And I said, I'm like, listen, a lot of people say 0% shot. You're right. It's not a 0% shot. It's still not looking good. But if the bullets were not standard caliber rounds, if they were old, if they were damaged, if they were whatever, and it's an old gun that might have malfunctioned, and there was a lot of yawing, that maybe, just maybe, there wasn't enough force to leave the exit wound. But I said that the probability goes way down when you consider that Charlie was hit in the soft tissue of the neck. And everybody likes to reference Martin Luther King Jr., but you got to remember, Martin Luther King Jr. got shot in the chin, directly to bone, not soft tissue of the neck. So the second that there's impact, the force goes down. The force gets absorbed. And a lot more force is going to get absorbed when you're getting hit in the chin, going through the head into the spine, than is going to get absorbed in soft tissue of the neck that went this way and maybe hit the spine. But even then, it should have taken his head right off. But now that we know that these were standard caliber rounds, there's just no way. There's no way. And then they say, oh, well, it wasn't FMJ. It was soft tip or whatever. And that those are not meant for exit wounds. No. It's not that they're not meant. It's not that they're meant to not create an exit wound. They're meant to explode and do the maximum amount of damage on impact. So that means if it hit him in the soft tissue of the neck and then exploded in his neck, there would have been a lot more damage than just that hole. There probably would have been more of a reason to believe that there was an exit wound coming right out of the neck on impact. And not only that, but think about everything that's inside the neck. All the throat, the esophagus, all the arteries that's in there. If by some miracle it didn't exit, a caliber like that type of bullet, don't you think that we would have seen a lot of blood coming out of his mouth and his nose? Like, think about it. If he's bleeding internally, it's going to come out somewhere. It's going to come out somewhere. He would have been coughing. He would have been choking on his own blood. He would have been spitting it up. We've seen the footage of him getting picked up and carried to the car. Not a drop of blood coming out of his mouth. Not a drop of blood coming out of his nose. Actually, to be honest, when they're carrying him to the car, there's not even a drop of blood coming out of his neck, which I had found really odd. And that was one of the data points that told me maybe the whole thing's staged. So, like, this idea that Charlie Kirk was shot in the neck with a 30-06. Listen, next. You got a better chance convincing me that Lindsey Graham was an America first patriot that put the American people before our not so greatest ally.
How old were the rounds? Were they hollow tip? Were they full metal jacket?
Oh, we already know. Standard caliber rounds. Not old. Could get right out of the box. Next.
I want to know everything. The point.
Now he wants to know everything. It's amazing. It's amazing. He wants to know everything. Well, Andrew, if you want to learn everything, if I can't tell you everything, but I could give you some good information. So if you or Blake or both of you ever want to come on a live stream and you want to know more, you have more questions about what happened to your boss, who's supposed to be one of your best friends. If you want to know, because his wife, your new boss, the security detail, the UVU security, the cameras, the FBI, the police, the prosecutors, if none of them can give you the answers and you just want to know more about those darn roofs and this and that and the bullets, blah, 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 give me a call. Give me a call. I'll open up the books. I'll share my notes. I'll tell you everything that I know.
Point is that they broke into a bunch of different pieces inside Charlie, and that's partly the explanation, but I would love to know more information about that myself. And finally, was there a larger network? We hear about,
Whoa. You mean like Candace has been talking about? Candace Owens has been talking about a larger network this entire time. In fact, that's the whole reason that you guys have been attacking her and calling her crazy and trying to discredit her. And Erika has been telling us to stop. Right? It's because we've all suspected that there was a larger network. But you were the one that was saying it was a lone shooter. You were the one that was saying that Lance Twiggs was cooperating. They got the guy. They were sure. They've seen the evidence. There's a mountain of evidence. They've seen it all. They got the guy. Right? Now, all of a sudden, you want to know if there's a larger network. Well, Andrew, after hearing you say that, now I'm curious. Are you part of that larger network? And make no mistake, I'm not making any accusations. Because everything that I've seen, I can't imagine any of these idiots being part of a conspiracy to kill Charlie Kirk. I just can't. Who? Brian Harpole? See how fucking nervous that guy is? And like I said, I've heard from other people that tell me that Brian Harpole genuinely cared about Charlie. Dan Flood, the gay model? Blake Neff, Mikey McCoy? You think that this is like the conspiracy? Like, no shot. But maybe people that have invested interest in the company, people that have financial ties, maybe they weren't a part of a murder or a conspiracy, but maybe they have financial incentives after the fact to just help control the narrative, to just try to put it on Tyler Robinson and make everybody forget about it. You know, maybe the producers on the show and the people that are still running the Charlie Kirk show, the guy who's sitting in Charlie's chair, maybe those are people that we should look into to see if they're a part of a bigger network. You know, especially since the Charlie Kirk show is distributed by Salem Media. And we already know everything about Salem Media. Who's a part of that network? It's not looking good. It's not looking good.
Armed queers of SLC. They took down a bunch of their social media immediately after. I want to know, was there money? Was there outside sources? Were there more people that were involved in planning this? Still have a lot of questions. Thankfully, we're getting a lot of answers too in the preliminary.
Oh, wait, he said the preliminary? Hold on, no. He did he?
Hearing, and I hope more come out. I feel like I've been dealing.
Yeah, we got plenty of answers in that preliminary hearing. I mean, we're left with more questions now that the preliminary hearing is over. First and foremost, like, why does anybody think that Tyler Robinson did it? Why is Tyler Robinson in jail? Because from everything, all the evidence, everything that I've seen in the preliminary hearing, I think all the evidence points to Tyler Robinson either having some minor involvement, maybe under duress, or just being set up altogether. This whole idea of Tyler Robinson, lone shooter, heart filled with hate, all this feelings about political views and Charlie Kirk and that he did it for his gay lover transferee that sleeps in the other room. I'm sorry, it's just not adding up. It's not adding up. That case shouldn't even make it to trial. What should happen is a new investigation with new investigators that are not compromised in any way, because that seems to be the biggest issue with this, is that everybody involved seems to be compromised on some level. There are conflicts of interest left and right. But let's hear. I didn't see this great speech that Erika Kirk gave today. This is only a minute and a half clip. But let's hear what this woman has to say. This piece of garbage.
This past week, I have seen.
Oh man, she's got the serious face on. It's gonna be good. Oh, she's such a piece of shit. Guys, do me a favor. Put a 1 in the chat if you think that Erika Kirk is a piece of shit.
Something I'm still trying to unpack and put into words. And someone asked me, do you still want to go to the chapter leadership summit? And I sat there and I thought, I already knew my answer, but I just thought about it. I like to internalize things, sometimes too much. And I thought to myself, you know, if you don't fight for what's right, I would much rather our country look like this room than the inside of that courtroom.
Well, Erika Kirk, if you really wanted to fight for what's right, you would probably get Tyler Robinson's charges dropped, at least the ones for murder. You know what I mean? Like let's bring it down a couple notches and get more practical. If you want to fight for what's right, why don't you come out and get on stage and talk about those text messages that you said didn't exist? If you want to talk about what's right. Hey guys, serious question. All these people clapping right now, how many of them do you think are actors? How many of them do you think are paid to be there? How many of them do you think were at UVU on September 10th?
So that means having hard conversations.
Hard conversations, exactly. Yeah. Erika, let's have some hard conversations. Let's have a conversation about the text messages that Charlie was sending to Dan Flood and Andrew Colvett that he thought that they were going to kill him, that you said didn't exist. Because somebody's got to be lying. Either that or somebody needs to be investigated. Because if you really didn't believe that those text messages existed, then that means that somebody did not do their job very well. That means that nobody went through his phone. Nobody went through his metadata. Nobody went to actually check to see who Charlie was afraid was going to kill him. And that also means that Andrew Colvett, the guy that's currently sitting in Charlie's chair, that all of a sudden's got some questions that he didn't tell you. And that the head of risk assessment, the gay model, Dan Flood, he didn't tell you either. Those are giant red flags. Those are very, very giant red flags. And I think that this is a very, very important but hard conversation that somebody needs to have with you. And I'm not going to stop talking about it until somebody does. Because we deserve answers.
That means when you're tabling, if your table keeps getting destroyed, become a roving table yourself and go talk to people. Go sit with people at lunch you don't normally sit with.
Yo, Blake Neff definitely wrote that bullshit.
Be creative with the ways that you are a chapter leader, because you are a leader. You are not a follower.
Yo, well, yeah, like really? Really? Like they're still putting her out there. They're still pushing her. Like, do they really still think that she's going to be VP and be the first female president? Is that like really like still getting talked about in some think tanks? How are they going to like flip this and make Erika Kirk look like a victim? You know, I've never seen a person go from getting so much love and support for their husband dying to being universally known as a piece of shit and questioned in the way that Erika Kirk is being questioned as Erika Kirk. Like, seriously, somebody should give her a medal, not a medal of freedom, but they should make one up for that level of 180. And I'm not talking about the 180 that TPUSA did after Charlie left the board. I'm just talking about her reputation and the way that she's viewed. It's insane. I've never seen anything like it. I've never seen anything like it. It really is like worse than Trump when he said, you guys are still talking about Epstein, and then got us in the war with Iran. Like, he's even got people that are still like, you know, maybe he's on our side. Maybe that there's more that we don't know. You know, maybe there's nobody even in those files. Like, we don't know. Maybe Iran does have nukes, even though for years, you know, our own intelligence was saying that they didn't have any aspirations to get them. But who knows? Maybe they were wrong. Maybe, you know, like people aren't giving Erika that benefit of the doubt. Like, she just looks like a piece of shit. And there's like no sincerity around her whatsoever. It's insane. Oh my God. Am I going too hard, guys? I don't know. Am I going too hard on Erika? I don't think I'm going too hard on Andrew. But am I going too hard? Wait, what is this?
Point. So we're just kind of waiting.
I didn't see this one yet. I'm browsing around because I'm out of clips. I'm out of clips, but I don't want to stop the show. I kind of want to make tonight a long one. I don't want to cut this one short. I'm having too much fun.
We're going to take a quick break here. I think the court's going to come back in session at some point. So we're just kind of waiting for that. Maybe if we want to take the RAV feed, guys, for the stream.
They'll be back.
We'll be back.
I guess 1 their time, and I think they go until 5. You said
5 Utah time.
Yeah. So that would be 4 Pacific or
7 Eastern.
7 Eastern.
Yeah, and then we've got a special. We're going to do a recap episode. At the end of
What am I watching right now? What the hell is this, guys? I'm sorry. I actually thought there might have been a little meat on this bone. Am I missing something? Is there like a hot mic moment?
At the end of the day, and we'll see how far they get, because we were speaking with Jay Town earlier, and he said in theory they could get through everything today, but the defense is
they're going to drag it out. Yeah,
it'll drag out.
Yeah.
So
all right, we'll be back soon, guys. Talk then.
That's it. That's it. Oh, what a waste of fucking time. Are there any good X spaces we control? Let's see. Wait, there's new Bill Gates testimony on Epstein? Oh, we're trolling this one. Oh, recording? I thought it was live. Damn it. Is it? No, it's ended. Never mind. I'll check that out later. Oh my God. You know what? We got any supers here? Let's see. We got Critter gifting a Bayes membership. Thank you very much. Stacy, $50. Long time no see. Thank you very much. Bringing the facts. Yo, chat, why didn't you guys tell me Stacy was here? I'm like sitting here ranting and rambling. Stacy knows that this whole fucking Charlie Kirk case is bullshit too. I think she checked out a little bit and she's more focused on more of the important things. I don't blame her. But Stacy's a real one. Really appreciate her. Love her. Hope you're still here. Texas Ninja Fish Austin. That's a name. $5. Missed you and Danks last night. Keep up the great work. No, you did not, because me and Danks had to cancel the show. I told him that I want us to do another show during the week. He said he's more focused on putting out videos, but I'm gonna try to pull him on a live. I'm gonna try to get him on a live this week, even if it's just for a little bit. And if not, we will definitely be back Saturday with the They Think You're Stupid podcast. Critter, $5. Thank you very much. Thank you, Keats, for telling me Bayes was on. Shout out to Keats. Love this community, Bayes, so much. Kristen. Yeah, and we love you too. You're a real one. You've been around since the beginning. Thank you very much. Aussie for Aussies, $3. I'm sorry, but he's deaf's a closet Bugs Bunny. What are we talking about, Dan Flood? Stacy, again, thank you very much. Did you see Play BB's tribute video to Dear Lindsey? Oh, that's going to be shitty. I'll find that right now. You got it. I don't know if I could pronounce that. Abbott of a Tiff? Abbott of a Tiff? Abito Fatif? Well, you're a new member. Thank you very much. You gotta put in the chat the right enunciation so I know. Hold on, let's see. BB Lindsey Graham. Oh, I can't wait to see this one. Imagine he comes out just like Charlie saying, guys, it wasn't me. I did not kill Lindsey Graham. Yeah, I would piss myself. I would piss myself. Is this it? Let's see.
Another longtime friend and ally of Senator Lindsey Graham, Prime Minister Netanyahu. Welcome back to Meet the Press, and my condolences to you.
Thank you.
Yeah, condolences, BB. We're so sorry for your loss. You just lost one of your biggest assets. Fucking assholes.
Frankly, I'm in a state of shock. And the amazing thing about Lindsey Graham is he put it directly. He said, I stand with Israel openly. I know that the winds of fashion blow in another way. I couldn't care less. Sometimes he'd incorporate some words that I won't repeat now, but he was just so clear, so courageous, both for his own personal safety, but also for what he believed was absolutely necessary for America. And he believed that Israel's security and America's security are intertwined. It wasn't just a spin or anything like that. It was something he held deeply for many decades. And I could see his contributions, because he sometimes tried to out-negotiate me. It's just unbelievable. We had with three American presidents, with President Clinton, President Obama, and President Trump, we had memorandums of understanding for support for Israel's military, which, by the way, I think we have time now we've come of age and we're able to draw them down to zero. But he would argue with me. He would say, no, for ballistic missile defense, that's important for you. It's important for America. Whatever is the number, it has to be bigger. And I said, Lindsey, we can do with a smaller number. He said, no, you can't. And then he would go to the Senate and actually, can you imagine this? He would outbid the Prime Minister of Israel. He said, I'm not getting a single vote in South Carolina for that, because, there are very few Jews in South Carolina. And the people, yes, they support Israel, my constituency, but I support Israel. And I think you need more. And I'm going to fight for this. This is who Lindsey Graham was. He went with his convictions. And yet he was an amazingly able politician to be able to talk to people on the other side of the aisle. And he did that very often.
You know, I'm about to say something that a lot of people might not like at first, but I want you guys to hear me out. And I'm serious. All jokes aside, I've been talking a lot of shit tonight, but as you guys know, I do a lot of research and I always try to be objective. And the fact of the matter is, when it comes to the United States national security and the interests of the United States, it is mutually beneficial for Israel to succeed. But a lot of the reason for that is because of the mess that we made and the damage that America has done. Things have gone so far. It's gotten so bad. And when you look at the map, when you look at it strategically, and it's not just Israel, but Romania, Ukraine, just look at the geography. When you look at the map and you look at the surrounding nations, it is important, especially in this day and age with ballistic missiles and nukes and all this other crap, that we do need to be set up, that we do need to have alliances, and that we do need to have bases and intelligence in different parts of the world. And if that's just what it was, I would support it 100%. I would agree 100%. But the fact is that's not how it's being used. That's not what's being done. You're seeing constant regime changes. Like, it's not about national security. It's about world dominance and eradicating populations in different parts of the world. And that's not what America is supposed to be about. That's not what America is supposed to do. Like, that's not what we want. You know what I mean? And I always try to be objective. I always try to just tell myself that we don't have all the information and that we don't know everything going on behind the scenes. And things have gone so far now with all these wars and all these assassinations and all these regime changes that I don't even know if there is a going back. I don't know if America can just pull out and we're just going to only worry about America. We probably would have much higher risks with our national security if we tried to do that at this stage, because there has been a lot of blood that has been shed. There's been a lot of damage that has been done. But this whole idea of peace through strength and more wars and more regime changes, I don't think it's going to fix it. We have a lot of making up to do. We need to start operating the right way and in good faith with other nations and start taking care of people. The American government needs to start with taking care of its own people and get our shit back in order, and then start doing right by the citizens of other nations and not just the private interests of the banks and the military industrial complex. So that's my take. It's not so much this idea that we don't need to be set up, that we don't need to have these alliances, that it's not beneficial to America to have alliances with Israel, but it's the tactics. It's the tactics. It's what's the way things are done, the types of operations that are executed, and taking care of the citizens. Women and children should always be off limits. When we start seeing videos on X and hearing stories on X about journalists getting assassinated and schools getting bombed and women and children getting massacred, that's the type of shit that we're supposed to stop, not finance, not coordinate to get done. And then it's oops, well, Hamas, they were there, we had to do what we had to do. That's not acceptable. And that's the problem. And that's why so many people have turned against Israel. And people need to realize that. And I look at the world today and it's how are we ever really going to change things? What can we do? And so many people, they just, the cognitive dissonance kicks in and they just want to stick their head in the sand and either trust Trump or trust the Democrats and blame Trump. But at the end of the day, everybody needs to start getting more involved. It's just like what happened the other day at at the last day of the Tyler Robinson preliminary hearing. You know, that entire room came out and tried to spread lies to lie and convince everybody that Tyler Robinson was guilty. And all it took was 2 or 3 citizens to show up at the courthouse every day in the middle of the night, sleep outside, and do what they had to do to get in, and then come out and tell the truth. You know, and like that should be inspiring to you guys. Like that's the type of shit that I'm talking about when I say that everybody needs to get involved. You need to get involved on the local level. You like, listen, none of us are running for president, you know, but you can show up to your local town hall meeting. You can find out what's going on in your own community. You can find out who's financing your local politicians. Like all this type of research that me and other people like me do on like all the big bads and all the donors and all the billionaires. Like, we need to start doing this on the local level and nipping shit in the bud and exposing people before they grow, before they get too big. You know, we need to start running interference there on the local level. And it's going to take a lot of dedication. It's going to take a lot of effort. At some point, people are going to have to start dumping some money and pulling money and rallying behind people that you know, prove that their heart's in the right place. And it's going to take time. And we might not even get to see the real changes in our lifetime. But if we don't start now, then America is not going to be a place that we want our kids and grandkids to grow up in. So, like, everyone needs to stop fucking around, stop making excuses, stop having this attitude like, what are we going to do? Oh, what does it matter? You know, they always win. Like, listen, if it didn't matter, okay, if we didn't have the power to make these changes, then they wouldn't be trying so hard to manipulate everybody. Like, you guys understand that? You guys understand that? When you have a kid that's on trial for murder and all of the evidence is pointing to him not doing it, and then everybody in that room is coming out lying, flat out lying, saying that they showed evidence in the courtroom that they saw it, and they're playing it on Fox News, and they've got politicians saying it, and these media people saying it, and then other YouTube saying it. Like, they're saying that because they have to. They're saying that because if everybody was able to see what was really shown and everybody was paying attention from day one and not buying the Fed slop and saw the type of corruption that's been going on and just saw what a shit show this whole investigation was and how corrupt the whole situation is, how much corruption has been involved, then there'd be hundreds of us outside that courtroom saying, let this guy go. And then what? Like, what are they going to do? They're going to send the SWAT on us and start tear gassing us? You know? Like, people need to step up. You need to get your voices heard. Sorry, I don't mean to go too rah-rah. You know, but it's just so crazy when I think about all this. Let me see. Do I have any of these other links? I kind of want to play. I know I've been covering it a lot this week, but I kind of want to go back
officers responding on the scene
to at least some parts of the Lance Twiggs interview. I think that it's appropriate. Hold on. Give me a second. Like, just listen to this. I don't know how anybody could hear this and think this guy's guilty.
This meeting is to use your statement here instead of your testimony at a preliminary hearing. Understand that? Mm-hmm. Okay, so in order to do that, I need to place you under oath and also give you an admonition about false statements, okay? First, you do solemnly swear or affirm that the evidence you shall give in this issue shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. So help you God? Yes. I also need to notify you that you are notified that statements you are about to make may be presented to a magistrate or a judge in lieu of your sworn testimony at a preliminary examination. Any false statement you make and that you do not believe to be true may subject you to criminal punishment as a Class A misdemeanor. You understand that?
Yes.
It potentially could be used as for punishment as a higher offense as a.
Well, yeah, I do.
And this is the same Tyler Robinson that's been charged with the shooting of Charlie Kirk.
Yes.
And would you say when you first met Tyler?
I think it was 2023. I've known him longer than that, though. That was, I think, the first time I met him in person.
Okay.
And will you describe your relationship with Tyler
when you first met him anyway?
When I first met him, I didn't know him super well. He was just a new roommate, so I knew he knew my friend group, and I knew.
Oh, Zero. Thank you. That's what I was looking for.
Is that mic off?
Yes.
Okay, great. All right. Okay, sorry about that interruption. All right. So you said when you first met, you were.
When you first met Matt, who's Matt? He got interrupted, and then all of a sudden he gets back. Sorry for the interruption. And he says, when you first met Matt, and why doesn't, this is what I was talking about before. Why doesn't Lance correct him?
Yes.
Okay, great. All right. Okay, sorry about that interruption. All right. So you said when you first met, you were roommates?
Yeah.
Okay. And then at some point, your relationship progressed to something more than just roommates. Is that right?
Mm-hmm.
When was that?
I think we started dating 2 or 3 months after he moved in.
What about, he asks you here, remember how I was engraving bullets? Was he engraving bullets before this?
Yeah, I don't remember exactly when, but he had said he was planning to go hunting with his family. And he asked me for if we had a Dremel to
see, and that's the other part that I was talking about. See, I got the transcript run right now for the key points, so we're not gonna have to run through everything. But remember when he told you that he was engraving bullets? Tell us about that. Oh, he asked me if we had a Dremel. Okay, so it's not, he said, oh yeah, I bought this Dremel, I'm gonna start engraving bullets. It's, he asked me if we had a Dremel and I gave it to him. So the Dremel was Lance's. Lance knew where the Dremel was and Tyler didn't. Lance knew that they had a Dremel and Tyler didn't, even though they were, supposedly had their own rooms, slept in their own rooms, slept in their own beds, had their own friends. And Lance knew where the Dremel was. Watch, I'll play it again.
What about, he asks you here, remember how I was engraving bullets? Was he engraving bullets before this?
Yeah, I don't remember exactly when, but he had said he was planning to go hunting with his family. And he asked me for if we had a Dremel because he said he wanted to engrave messages on bullets.
So if the Dremel was Lance's and Tyler wanted to engrave bullets for hunting, and Tyler said that, Lance said that Tyler said that he was planning a hunting trip, he was talking about it for months. Is it possible, maybe, just maybe, that Tyler Robinson saw Lance had a Dremel and maybe Lance was engraving bullets and said, hey, how do you do that? Maybe that's cool. Maybe I'll do it when I go hunt deer. Is that possible? And why didn't this guy push back? Why didn't he ask? It's oh, he asked you where the Dremel was. And again, they don't even refer to this as an interrogation. He's coming in to give a statement. Why isn't this an interrogation? Why wasn't Lance arrested? Why weren't they pushing back? Saying, oh, so Tyler got the Dremel from you. No. You know what I mean? It doesn't make sense.
And I just told him where our Dremel was and told him to make sure he doesn't set off a bullet on accident in the house.
So I told him where the Dremel was. How did he know where the Dremel was? How come Tyler didn't even know that they had one? Very, very shady. Let's bounce around.
Right. You talked about the note that he left. I want to bring this up, and I should say that these text messages that we've been looking at here are Bates number 54. Okay, the notes have been titled 16.3 with a note, and this is Bates number 58. Do you recognize that on the screen there?
Yeah.
What do you recognize it as?
That was the note under his keyboard that he was referring to in the first text of that chain.
Okay, so where did you find this?
On his desk underneath his computer keyboard.
And I assume you read it.
Yeah.
And then what did you do with it after you read it?
I believe I just put it back down on the desk after I took a picture of it.
Why would he take a picture of it? And he's also leaving out the fact that it was lit on fire. Did he light it on fire? Why would he light it on fire? And if Tyler wrote it, why would Tyler light it on fire? He already did it. He already confessed. He already, you know what I mean? Like he just had a change of heart. Just like that hunting trip that he was planning and talking about for months. And just like Charlie Kirk and politics, which he never cared about before. I don't know.
Okay. And again, the time you read it was probably around 11 o'clock or so on the 10th.
Yes.
The night of September 10th.
Mm-hmm.
Right. And did you ever see that again after you placed it back on his desk?
No, I don't think I did.
And that was a desk in his bedroom?
Yes.
And that's a separate bedroom than your bedroom?
Yeah.
And now I want to go to what's been titled 16.2. And do you recognize this series of messages here?
Yeah, that was the server of.
All right, we've read the Discord messages. We know all about that. Move up a little more.
11th. What time did you see Tyler on September 11th?
Yes.
When did you first see him on September 11th? So this is the day after the shooting.
Yeah, I saw him when I woke up. Like I said, he was up and around doing a lot of stuff around the house. And then I think I saw him after that message where I said I'll come home and say I'm doing laundry, because I didn't want him going to my parents' house right then when he said there was probably cops outside. So I went back home and it was just him there, and I said bye to him, and then he drove off. So I just went back to my parents' house.
Was he pacing? Was he just sitting down, relaxing?
No, he was walking around a lot.
Okay, so Tyler was pacing. He was walking around a lot. I mean, he didn't seem too nervous when he went to the Dairy Queen after.
And that's within the home.
Mm-hmm.
And did he talk about what he had done?
Didn't go into.
And like, notice the way that he's leading these questions. Like, why isn't this guy saying, how was he acting? How were you acting? What was he doing? He's basically giving him the answers and just letting him go along with it. Was he pacing? Yeah. Listen, pay attention to the way that this guy is asking Lance the questions, and then just think about how you would be asking these questions if you were in those shoes.
Detail. I just asked him in person if what he said was true the night before, and he said it was. I started crying a little bit and said he wishes he hadn't done it. and then kept going around and just doing stuff, I think, to keep himself busy or distracted or something.
Okay. Did he talk about what he was going to do next?
No, what he should have said is what happened then. Did he talk about what he was going to do next? Let's look at both of their reactions. Here, let me make myself a little smaller so you can. Sorry, it's like not, you know, as big zoomed in on the faces.
And then eventually said that he would talk to his parents or turn himself over.
Okay. And when you left, was that how you left, understanding that he was going to turn himself in or go to his parents?
Now, another thing that I want to point out, though, right? Now, they're trying to pitch this. Yeah, let me put this here. They're trying to sell this like Tyler Robinson told Lance everything, right? If that was the case, okay, if Tyler Robinson did do this, and then he went back to the scene with 3 other people in the car, why didn't he tell Lance about that? Tyler's giving Lance all of these details. He didn't talk about the other people that he was with that night? Or does that mean that Lance was one of the people in the car that night and Lance doesn't want that out? Or does it mean that Tyler wasn't there at all? Maybe Lance was in the car with 3 other people, including a bald driver. Like, these are all things that we need to know.
Parents' house.
Yeah, and I didn't really want to be at our apartment while any of that was happening, regardless of what went down.
Okay. Okay. Before he came home, had you seen the press releases, any of the media on this?
I'd seen one Instagram link a friend of mine had sent in our group chat,
Okay.
but I hadn't really looked into it at all.
And had you?
And guys, to those of you that saw my live the other day, I'm sorry if I'm repeating certain things. That's why I'm trying to skip around and just hammer home on certain key points and keep it moving, and we'll go on to other stuff. But this is important. And if there are other people that haven't seen this yet, these are all details that people need to know. Listen to this one more time.
In one Instagram link a friend of mine had sent in our group chat. Okay. But I hadn't really looked into it at all.
See, now that right there, anybody who was on social media on September 10th or September 11th knows that that is a flat out lie, because all you saw that first week was what happened to Charlie Kirk, people's reactions, and videos and images of other people on the scene. The fact that Lance Twiggs is trying to tell people that he didn't really see it because he didn't look into it. You know, like somebody sent him a link. It's no, that's bullshit. We were all there. We were all on social media. We all remember how the algorithm was. I've talked about it multiple times that TikTok, Instagram, Facebook, X, that they could have turned the dial down. They could have made it so that that was more suppressed, that everybody didn't have to see it. Now Lance is trying to say that the only time he saw it was because somebody sent him a link. Well, you can't have it both ways. If you opened up your social media and saw the link, that means that you were on social media. If you were on social media and you're scrolling around, you definitely saw what happened to Charlie Kirk. And you would think that if your boyfriend is telling you that he did it, wouldn't you want to know what he did? Wouldn't you be scrolling around trying to get some more information? No, you're just going to stick your head in the sand. And I don't want to look. I don't want to know. I only saw what I saw because someone sent me the link. And this guy's not even saying who sent you the link. He doesn't care. He's not even interested. No pushback at all. This isn't an interrogation. This isn't an interview. This isn't even getting a statement. This is choreographed. He's being led. He's being leaned on on what to go along with. They're not getting information from them. I mean, they're not getting information from him. They're fixing and shaping the narrative.
And had you seen the images that were released of the suspect?
I did the next day. I don't think I saw any on the 10th.
I'm going to show you a couple of those images. Okay, I'm on the FBI's website. You can see the URL there at the top. This is some press release about this event. And here on the screen, you see these, looks like there's 2 rows of 3 images. Do you recognize the person in these images?
I wouldn't say with 100% certainty just because of camera quality, but that looks like him in terms of the shoes he's wearing, the sunglasses. I don't think I'd specifically seen him wearing that hat, but he was usually wearing a hat, and then jeans. So,
all right. So he's saying that it doesn't look like him specifically, but that he wears hats. He wore hats all the time, but he'd never seen that hat, even though he lives with him. But he wears sunglasses and jeans and shoes. Is that really what's you're using to identify somebody to put him to death for murder? Because a guy wears sunglasses and jeans and shoes? Like, what are we talking about? And hold on, just for some context, let me just get this real quick. I want to show you guys something. I should have gotten this like so I could put it like matched up with each other. I'm gonna have to do it one at a time. No, I think that one was AI. But hold on. Hold on. Bear with me, folks. I've got it. I just want to zoom in real quick. Where did this thing go? You know what? Screw it. Let me just snap a screenshot so I know where it goes in my computer. All right. Now, look, it's blurry. You can't really tell. But we have some general idea of what the person looks like. He recognizes jeans and shoes and glasses and a hat that he's never seen before, even though he lives with the guy, right? That's like what they're telling us. Let me find this other image real quick. Guys, bear with me. I'm sorry. Oh, man, I wish I could put these up at the same time. Now, look at this. This is the only clear, definitive picture of Tyler Robinson that was taken on September 10th. And it came from Candace Owens. And right off the bat, it contradicted the timeline and the narrative that the mainstream media and law enforcement were feeding us. But that's Tyler Robinson. I mean, you can't really tell. It's too blurry. But I don't think that looks like his face. I just don't. I could be wrong. Let's see, are the jeans even similar? No, look. The jeans aren't even similar. Like, these jeans look darker. They look a little faded there. These are like a deep blue. So what, he changed his outfit 3 times? The individual that they say was Tyler Robinson was wearing shorts. Let me see. Do I have another image here? It's just all like just such bullshit. Oh, this is a funny one. This will be fun. Hold on. I forgot I had this. Wait, where's the one I've got of? All right, hold on real quick. We're gonna switch it up for 1 second. This is David Hull, the lead investigator. This is the guy who originally identified that 223 round that was found on a different roof as a bullet that came from law enforcement. This is the individual that said he found out on the news that they dug up and repaved the crime scene. This is MC Search. a white rapper from the early 90s. Now listen, mind you, this is an old picture. But if these guys were the same age, I feel like they could be mixed up pretty easily. What do you chat? Let me know. Put a 1 in the chat if you think that these guys kind of look alike. What has a closer resemblance? MC Search and David Hull, or Tyler Robinson and this guy? I'll go back and forth for a second. Yo, I'm actually going to clip this together. I'm going to put all 4 pictures and I'm going to post it on social media later and start taking polls. Look, this is Tyler Robinson. This is the guy that they say was Tyler Robinson. I don't think it's the same guy. And I think that MC Search and David Hull share a closer resemblance between Tyler Robinson and the other guy. Oh, man. All right, let's keep going.
It definitely, especially the bottom, the last 2, definitely do look like him.
But not definitively.
They do look like Tyler Robinson.
And notice, he's saying that it looks like him, not that it is him. And he's not going by any facial features. He's going by the clothes. Now, if you watched Barron last week, you would know that the person that they said was Tyler Robinson that showed up first, and then this individual walked by the same corner. Like they were caught on camera walking in the same exact spot. And when you measure them, because there's different labels, there's different marks on the wall, that they are clearly a different height. One guy's got about 2 or 3 inches on the other guy. And they never question that. I wonder how tall Lance is.
And you talked about that with your friends, right? This is like him.
Yeah, his friends. Yeah, I don't know if I talked. I don't remember if I talked about it with any of my friends. And then since I didn't have my phone after,
you don't remember if you talked about it with any of your friends, and he's taking your word for it. They didn't go through your phone either. Yo, what is? I don't get it. How come they're not going through anybody's phones? How come they're not going through anybody's phones? He's asking him, did you talk to anybody else about it? I don't remember if I talked to any of my friends. Shouldn't the guy be saying, well, you spoke to this person at this time, you spoke to that person at that time? Why didn't they take his phone? Why didn't they check his data? Am I reaching? Am I expecting too much from our DOJ?
Through that for a while, and I still am not using social media. I don't know. On my friends' end.
Man, I got you guys all fucked up. All you're thinking about right now is MC Search and third base and hammer pants.
All right, I want to back up a little bit now. We've talked about September 10th, but let me get a little bit of context here. So, did you game with Tyler?
Yeah.
What kind of games?
Oh my God. Guys, I talked about this the other day, and this is another part that I really, really, really want to put some extra emphasis on. Chat, please, especially the ladies, put a 1 in the chat if you've dated somebody that has played video games. Not like casually. I mean like a gamer, like somebody that has a game that they play, whether they play alone or with their friends. I want to like feel the temperature of the room right now. If you've ever dated somebody that played a lot of games, especially if it drove you nuts. And then I want you to go a step further. If you have played a game, type in the game that your partner played that drove you nuts. I'm not going to name any games. If you guys are genuine, you're just going to know off the top of your head. Please, this is very important for this part of the video. I need to know if anybody is on the same page. You dated a smoker once? All right. Well, I mean, if we don't have anybody that dated gamers, 0-0, we got a lot of smart women in this chat. Yo, bravo. Bravo. Someone said PUBG, Call of Duty. All right. So for those of you that have dated somebody that plays games, you normally know what games your partner plays because you don't want them to play the games. You want them to hang out with you. A lot of time, because I've gamed a lot, and there were times that my partners would like get resentful towards me because I'm spending too much time playing the game and not enough hanging out with them. And that seems to be a common issue with relationships where somebody's a gamer. Now, if you've ever been in that situation, I just want you to keep that in mind while you listen to what he's about to say.
We played some just kind of party games together, like anything that would be multiplayer with a group of friends.
Okay, now, whether you've dated a gamer or you are a gamer of yourself, have you ever referred to games as party games? There's really only like one system that even has games that would be referred to as party games, and that's if you're playing Mario. And you wouldn't say party games. You would say we played Mario. Yes or no? I'm sorry if this is the wrong crowd. If this is the wrong crowd and you guys don't play games, don't date gamers, then, this might not really, you might not understand. But for those of you that have been in this situation, you're going to see through this guy's bullshit a lot easier.
There was one game he really liked called Sea of Thieves where he plays like a pirate. And you can fight against people, but most of it's just like fishing, fighting sharks, skeletons kind of stuff. We played some co-op games where it's like you both have to work together to win in whatever way.
Notice he named Sea of Thieves, but he's not naming any other specific games. And why isn't this guy saying, "Oh, you don't remember what games you played? Like, what about shooting games?" Because you would think that if he's there to get interviewed about somebody that just committed an assassination with a rifle, that you're going to want to know if he plays shooting games, right? Like, wouldn't that make sense?
Way back when I was just out of high school, when I first knew him online, we played some like shooting games together, but.
Oh, there it is. There it is. So Lance says that when they're dating, that they're not really playing games. They're playing party games. But now he's saying that when he first met him, that they were playing shooting games. Now, at this point, I would expect the person that's conducting this interrogation, interview, whatever you want to call it, to be like, boom, there it is. Like, if you're asking about games, the guy just committed a shooting, you're going to want to get more information on the shooting games, right? Like, wouldn't that make sense?
I didn't know him very well, so that was just when we had like a whole friend group on to play, and he was someone that my friends invited.
Okay. Did you and he ever talk about politics?
See, he goes right over it. Why doesn't he have any interest in the shooting games? Why even ask him about games? You're talking about games. You're questioning this guy because of a shooter. Now your star witness is saying that he played shooting games. And you're not asking any questions. You're moving it right to politics. That's a red flag. Chat, put a 1 in the chat if you agree with me. Put a 2 in the chat if you think that I'm just reaching or overanalyzing. I really want to see where everybody's at, especially since a lot of you told me that you don't date gamers and you don't have interest in gaming. But wouldn't you think that if Tyler Robinson is the alleged shooter and Lance Twiggs is the star witness And he's saying that he played shooting games with him. And notice, he's not even saying that Tyler played shooting games with his friends. He played party games with his friends. He played shooting games with Lance, the guy who knew where the Dremel was. The leftist gay furry tranny. That was allegedly the motive for why Charlie Kirk was assassinated. Like, why isn't there any pushback? Why isn't he digging any deeper? Why isn't he interested in finding out if Lance had something to do with this? It doesn't make sense. But now they're going to start asking about politics. And this is like the best part. This is like, remember, lone shooter, already out the window. We know that that there were multiple people on the scene. We have reason to believe there were multiple people on the roof. We know that later that day that there was a car with 4 individuals. So you're at this point, you have to rule out a lone shooter, at least for now. You have to get more information into these other individuals. Now you're saying that the main motive was because he was dating a leftist gay furry tranny. And not for nothing, but this guy's not transitioning. You hear how deep his voice is? I sound more feminine than this guy. Like, what are we talking? A tranny? Like, I don't even believe that they're gay. I don't even believe that they have a relationship. They sleep in different rooms. They don't really seem to know much about each other. And then, not to mention, this is the guy who had the Dremel or knew where the Dremel was. No, he had the Dremel because Tyler was asking if they had one, and he said yes, and he knew where it was. But now they're talking about politics, which is supposed to be the main motive. That's why this all happened. I mean, think about it. You can't put him at the scene definitively. You can't put a weapon on the scene definitively. You have a bullet from another gun. All you have is a witness and a motive. So the motive needs to be rock solid. And the motive for this case was that he hated Charlie Kirk for his political views. Oh, hold on. I got to pull it back.
Just when we had like a whole friend group on to play, and he was someone that my friends invited.
Okay. Did you and he ever talk about politics?
He did more than me. I don't really keep up with politics very much.
All right, so now he's totally deflecting. He's totally putting it on Tyler, saying he did more than me, but he's still not really giving a definitive answer.
He usually talk about stuff he heard on the radio on his drive to work in like their work car, since it sounds like their whole crew went in the same car.
Okay, so now what I got out of that is that Tyler Robinson didn't really have an interest in politics, but he carpooled to work, and somebody in the car, whoever was in charge of the radio, they listened to politics. So Tyler, not because he cares about politics, but because he's in the car on the way to work, is hearing things on the radio and then maybe talks about it here and there. But, I mean, guys, we all follow politics, right? Do you guys even listen to the radio? Guys, put a 1 in the chat if you still listen to the radio, and if the radio is where you get all your information on politics. All right? Like, we're talking about 2025. If somebody's into politics, if they have an interest in politics, they're not listening to it on the fucking radio. They're not even just watching it on TV. They're going to use the internet. They're going to watch YouTube. They're going to watch Rumble. They're going to be on social media. They're not going to be just listening to it on the radio in the car with a group of guys going to work every day. That doesn't really make sense.
Most of the time, but I wouldn't say super consistently because it wasn't a topic I really contributed much on.
Okay, so that right there is a red flag in the motive. Because the whole motive is because Tyler cared so much and hated Charlie for his leftist views. But why would he care so much if it didn't even bother Lance? If Lance doesn't care and he doesn't pay attention and he doesn't contribute to it, then why would Tyler be willing to throw his entire life away for a guy he's known for 2 years that slept in the other room and doesn't even play games with him? Am I making too much sense?
How about Charlie Kirk? Did you ever talk about Charlie Kirk?
I personally had never heard him talk about Charlie Kirk before specifically.
And notice there was no pushback on the other one. He's not asking more questions. Like, wait, like what kind of politics? What did he say he heard in the car? Who in the car did listen to the politics? Was anybody else upset about certain things on the politics? Like, no. Just go right to Charlie Kirk. And then you go to Charlie Kirk and he says, no, we never talked about Charlie Kirk. We never cared. Well, then why the hell would Tyler Robinson throw his whole life away if neither of them ever cared? And if, you're one of these people out there trying to say that obviously Lance is lying. Okay, if Lance is lying, you can't have it both ways. You can't say that Lance is the star witness who's cooperating and deserves immunity and, all this money him and his family just happen to run into and open up all these LLCs, because this isn't cooperating. This isn't cooperating. With these type of answers, you would expect him to get arrested too, and then start interrogating both of them to try to get the truth, because you're not getting answers. You're not getting a motive. This is actually a huge contradiction to the motive, and there's not even really any pushback.
Okay. How about political issues? So did you ever talk about gender identity issues and LGBTQ rights?
Again, that's the whole motive right there. The whole reason that he hated Charlie Kirk was because of his views on the gay rights and all that stuff.
No, not really. Usually if he did talk about politics stuff, it was relating to Trump or current policies being issued or voted on, I think. But yeah.
It's like a sick joke.
Okay, so before that you had been?
For a short time, yes.
Okay. And I understand you're going by Luna at some point?
To some people, yeah, but not as an overall thing.
And now they're going back to the Dremel.
Okay. The Dremel that you talked about, you said he had asked for that, is that right?
Mm-hmm.
And had he told you it was to inscribe bullets?
Yeah.
And so did you have a Dremel then?
Yeah.
Okay.
It was in our, we had our apartment, we had a section where we kept all our random tools for household stuff. In our
Okay, so they had a section in the apartment where they kept their tools. And Tyler's asking Lance if they have a Dremel. And Lance says yes, and tells him where it is. So that leads me to believe that it was Lance's Dremel. Why did Lance have a Dremel?
Lower basement level pantry. So yeah.
Okay. And did you give that to him or tell him where it was?
I just told him where it was. Yeah.
It's just there's no motive. There's no definitive ID of Tyler Robinson on the scene. There's no definitive ID of a weapon. You have multiple cars, multiple people, different spots where the cameras don't work, the camera's not on, all this crap. The whole case is based around Lance Twiggs' testimony, and any decent investigator would have pushed back a lot more and dug a lot deeper. It really felt like they were just going through the motions. And any real competent attorney is going to chew this guy up on the stand. Oh, I would love to get Lance Twiggs on the stand. I wish I was a lawyer. I wish I was working this case. I would have fun. It's just insane. Let's see. What else do we got? Oh my God, this guy. It just the lies with these people. It's just too much. It's just too much.
This video that they showed that was zoomed in, you can see it as clear as the noonday sun that he came into the facility. He climbed onto the roof. He was in a prone position. He took a shot, ran and jumped off the roof, just like the testimony showed. It was emotional.
And the funny part is that footage that they showed just now with the red circle, I think that's the actual footage that they like. That's it zoomed in. Like, that's it. That's like, that could be anybody. And you don't even actually see them taking the shot. Like Brandy and Billy covered this.
The testimony showed it was emotional to see Erika have to watch that, and to have the person who killed her husband in the courtroom. It was emotional.
Innocent till proven guilty. Like, they're pushing a narrative. And just remember, Brandon Tatum, a part of Salem Media, in part owned by Donald Trump Jr., has Bradley Pascal as chief strategic officer, who is or was a registered foreign agent for Israel. Salem Media is also the distributor of the Charlie Kirk Show. So yeah, like when Andrew Colvett is talking about, was there a bigger network at play here? I think it's pretty obvious. Maybe not so much with the assassination itself, but definitely with the shaping of the narrative since. Let's see, we got a couple more supers. Awakening gifting a membership. Thank you very much. Appreciate you. Keats, come join us on ATF members only open mic. Ooh, is that going on right now? Maybe I will. We got Will Be Me Forever. Thank you very much. Not that I am ever happy when someone else passes. He did serve the country, but Lindsey Graham is probably responsible for more deaths around the world than even Monsanto. I'm going to have to do some research on that one. Awakening, $5. Thank you very much. Don't forget about the microgreens. Yes, we will definitely get back to microgreens in the near future. But yeah. I don't even know what to think anymore with this country, because everything that we're seeing now with this case and with the narrative and everything going on, it's just insane. Let's see.
Signal, it's not Bluetooth, and then the camera was hardwired to the receiver plugs in the back of the camera. The camera was hardwired via Ethernet to the router, which connects to the iPad.
He's in here.
Dang. All right. Well, I guess we can switch to this authentic. She's been waiting for a while with her hand up. She can come up.
Hey guys, thanks for having me up. Adam, I have a question, and this might seem bizarre, but you said earlier, someone asked you if Glenn Beck's daughter was there. I forget, Muppet, I think it might have been you. I forget her first name. You said.
Yeah, Muppet reported that.
Yeah, that she wouldn't even know who, or she barely knows who Glenn Beck is. Can you elaborate on that?
So I know my wife knows who Glenn Beck is, but it's not like she listens to him or knows anything about him. So when I asked her about Muppet's reporting that Glenn Beck's daughter was there, she said, I didn't even know he had a daughter.
Okay. Huh, okay, that was, I guess I understood your...
All right, guys. Maybe we'll get back to that in a little bit. Well, let's cover a little Barron. I didn't get to watch Barron today. I saw that Brandy and Billy were on. I could take a wild guess about what they were talking about. I saw actually no, I'm not gonna lie. I saw part of their part, but I didn't get to watch the whole show. But let's see.
I'm going to give you, I'm going to let them do the explanation real quickly of the difference. And then I'm going to play the video, and then I'm going to bring in two people who saw the video in court. I'm going to hold them for just a couple of minutes. They're very busy. They got things to do tonight. And I see them sitting there in the green room, but I will bring them in just a minute. But I want to set this up to minimize the confusion. Here is Detective David Hull and an attorney describing the video we're going to watch and how it differs from what we've already seen.
Yes. And the difference between 12.1, or what's been marked as State's Exhibit 12.1 and 12.4 are, if I understand you correctly, are these enhancements that we've been talking about.
Yes. So there's two exhibits, 12.1 and 12.4.
I'm just grabbing a little coffee. I'll be right back.
Both are a snippet of video about 1 minute long showing from the time Tyler Robinson or whoever it was that was supposedly on the roof, climbing over the railing, walking out towards the edge of the roof, and then running off the roof. That is the video, that video. Now, what is the difference between 12.1 and 12.4? Because we saw one of those two publicly. We all got to benefit it. I'll show it to you in just a second. What's the benefit? What's the difference between that and the other? Just modest enhancements. We zoomed in a little bit. We added some red circles so that you could kind of follow along at home.
And specifically, what be specific about the enhancements, and let's go one at a time. Okay. I think there's a reference to either red circles or red highlights.
Correct.
That's how Mr. Olson described it. Red highlights.
Yes.
Do you know what he's or what is he referencing by the red highlights, or what do you believe he's referencing?
I believe he's referring to red ovals or circles that were placed over the image to identify specific individuals of note.
In other words, it's so blurry and indistinguishable, we had to put a circle on the screen in order for you to see what we want you to look at. Let me just interpret that, and you'll agree with me in just a second when you see the video.
And these red circles, are they permanent red circles? Are they temporary?
I'm
different.
I would assume they are temporary. I'm not very technological, but I believe they would be overlaid over the image.
And this is a bad question. What I mean by that is do they appear and disappear quickly, or do they linger or last for a period of time?
They're there for a notable period, but I believe they come off the video.
All right. And other than, well, and you said that the circles, what do the circles do?
They identify an area or a person of interest within the video.
And other than do that, do the circles or the highlights, do they do anything with regards to the video itself as far as its accuracy?
Not to my knowledge, no.
In other words, it's the same video. The video we want to show, Judge, is the exact same video. It just has some circles.
I think the next enhancement that has been mentioned that we've talked about is there's some blurring.
Yes.
Do you know what that? Tell us what that is. What blurring do you see in what's been marked as State's Exhibit 12.1 that you now don't see in 12.4?
If I recall, there were some individuals in the parking garage footage, and their faces were blurred.
Is anything other than faces being blurred?
Not that I recall, no.
And how often do you see the blurring throughout the video?
I believe it's just in the original sequence in the parking garage.
The other than the blurring, does the blurring other than obviously?
All right, he goes on. The point is what the lawyer for the state is trying to do is establish, Judge, these are the same videos. They're no different. That we just added a few circles so that you'd know what you're looking at. We blurred out some people who were not relevant, But other than that, it's just raw video footage, Judge. We might have zoomed in about 10% just to sort of make the action a little bigger. But there's no enhancement of clarity. There's no different camera that you haven't already seen. So it raises the question, what have we already seen?
And now keep in mind, not only are they saying that it's footage that we've already seen, but they already talked and they asked if they had footage of Tyler actually taking the shot, to which they said no. That came very early on, either day 1 or day 2 of the preliminary hearings, where they asked, they're like, do you have footage of who you allege to be Tyler Robinson taking the shot? And they said no. And then all of a sudden on Friday, you have people like Jack Sobek and Brandon Tatum and Liz Wheeler and, Fox News all saying, oh, they showed it. They finally showed it. 4K, high quality, zoomed in. You see Tyler Robinson. You see him take the shot. It was so sad. Poor Erika. It was an emotional moment for all of us. And it's bullshit. They're lying. They're lying. And the reason that they're lying is because the case is falling apart. And the only way that they could keep this charade going is if they convince enough people that the people that are actually paying attention are crazy.
What have we already seen? Well, here is what we saw, because this was played in open court. This was played in open court. This is the video that everyone is telling you is 4K. And I'm going to bring in 2 witnesses in like 2 minutes that's going to tell you the same thing that I'm telling you now, but you might as well believe them. They were actually there. But this is the video. This is what we've been told all since Friday is just shocking, new, definitive evidence, puts the nail in the coffin. This is the video. You're looking at it. Right here.
Actually kind of rolls over the railing onto the roof of the Losi building.
All right.
Just to orient you, up on the top left, this building, this is the Losi building. I'll back it up just a hair. This guy is going to appear. Let me take his voice down for just a second. So this is the Losi Center security footage. I'll show you when they change the frame here just ever so slightly. There's a guy. See this CS roof up here at the top, this bottom white line? It says camera 4 here off to the right over here. Right below the R in roof, there's a rail, and you can see what they're talking about. I mean, you might be able to see. You can see what they're talking about. It's a little figure crawling over that rail. Crawling over the rail there. I'll let him pick back up with voice now.
And what time is this?
It's just afternoon, about 12:15.
On what day?
On September 10th, 2025.
What just happened, or what did we just see happen?
The individual actually kind of rolled.
All right, now you see here on the left-hand side of the building up here, I don't know if you can see my mouse. Right above my mouse here, there's a little black dot on this roof. See that black? It's kind of like a vertical black dot, maybe like 2 pixels high or whatever over here. That little black dot right directly above, keep your eye on that, because that is what everyone's telling you is the definitive proof that this is Tyler Robinson, and it is unquestionable.
Over the railing onto the roof of the Losi building.
All right.
And I want to remind you guys something else real quick, too. This is the best image that they have presented of the person that they're claiming was on the roof, that they're claiming was Tyler Robinson. This is a close-up shot. Look at how blurry this is. Now, I don't know how many of you have ever done any type of video editing. If you notice on some of the videos that I make, like right now, like how you see I'm all small in this little box over here. If I were to put this on, like, let's say CapCut, and then zoom into size, all right? Let me see if I can do this real quick. Actually, wait, did I do this? Whatever. But if I were to take a little image like this and blow it up to size, it would get very, very grainy. Let me see. Nope, this isn't the one. All right, whatever. I'll figure it out later while I'm playing the clip. So if you're taking an image that's already grainy and already small and you're zooming in, you're not going to see anything. You're not going to make out anything. It's just going to look like a blur. So for them to try to say that they can make that person out to be Tyler Robinson, when you can't even make this out to be Tyler Robinson, not only is it just factually wrong, but it's an insult to our intelligence. It's just an insult to our intelligence. Let me keep this playing.
And again, in the top left corner, the individual is now seen running across the rooftop of the Losi building to what would be the southwest corner of the building, crouching down and then crawling to the corner of the building.
And this is at what time?
Around 12:23. I think the timestamp on the video is 12:22.
On the 10th.
On September 10th, yes, 2025.
So we're clear, this is the roof of the Losi building.
Correct.
Can you still see that individual?
Yes, you can, laying prone.
We're still here. They're
You
watching.
believe this to be Mr. Robinson?
I'm sorry?
You believe this to be Mr. Robinson?
I do, yes.
And how long is he out there on the edge of the building?
Just until the reported shot was fired at 12:23 and 28. Individual then stands up and then moves across the building to the north.
Is that what we're seeing happening right now?
It is, yes. They move behind the atrium area on the rooftop to the north.
That was it. Did you see it? Did you guys see it? Plain as day in 4K? Bulletproof evidence? Oh, we've lost one. Ladies, how are you?
Hi, Baron. What's up? Can you hear us okay? Can you hear us okay or no?
Let me say this while you guys are working on the mic issue. So whenever you start talking, I'll know you've resolved it.
Okay.
You cannot tell me that any amount of zooming is going to fix that. And if they can get their mic to work, we didn't have a chance to mic check before we went because they are very busy ladies, and they're off doing other things. Oh, you guys can hear them. I just can't hear them. Oh, there we go. Now I can hear you. Go ahead.
Can you guys hear us okay?
I can now. Yeah, they obviously couldn't. But okay, so tell me. Oh, it's a high Q outfit.
Yeah, shout out to Billy and Brandy. We're going to play this. I see somebody in the chat saying that they thought that Billy and Brandy took a break. They're still friends. They still hang out. They still work together. It's just as far as like making content go, I think they're just doing things at their own pace and their own collaborations and stuff. But there was never like, I don't think like a rift or anything like that.
Tell me real quickly. Tell me real quickly. The video we just watched, you just saw the video. How fundamentally different? How much zooming, how much cropping, how different was the video you saw in court from what we just watched?
So I would say we're not 100% positive if it's that same exact camera. It might be another camera that's like maybe 20 feet away. Maybe, I don't know. Maybe. From my perspective, I think it's the same camera and it slightly zooms in.
The guy testified it was the same camera. That's what I just played.
Oh, okay. Then it is.
Yeah. No distinction other than circles and a little zoom. So how much did they zoom in?
Barely at all. I would guess.
You know, and I just want to say, I spoke to Brandy that day. I've been talking to her a lot. I've been trying to talk to everybody that's been down there. And the attacks that she got on social media after she came out and told the truth, it is just disgusting. It is disgusting. You know, she was really upset. And I think that she's been under a lot of pressure and a lot of stress. But she did what she believed was right. She told the truth. And she deserves all the respect and recognition in the world.
20 to 30%.
Okay.
Like you cannot make out who it is. It's just a little black figure we've talked to other people that were the other 14 people in line just to get their perspectives as well. And one of them jokingly said, like, it could have been a cow on the roof. That's how far away it was. Like, you literally cannot definitively say that it's Tyler Robinson. You cannot make out who it is at all.
Yeah.
So I'm not asking you to jump in the heads of other people. I mean, I think that would be unfair to try to say, why is Jack Posobiec and Brandon Tatum and why are all these people saying this? I don't want you to try to guess. But when you hear them say that, does it sound like what you saw? Because they're saying it was crystal clear, 4K. You could see him pull the trigger. You could see him shoot the shot. You could see him lying. Does it sound accurate to you?
Absolutely not.
No, I think they got emotional because they're friends with Erika, and Erika was indeed sitting there bawling. And so were the Kirk parents. So maybe they were emotional, like, oh, you see a video which infers that he's taking the shot in that moment because.
And remember, I told you that I had a different source. I had a source that told me that not only was Erika Kirk really trying to put on the waterworks, but that there was a point where she caused a delay. Because so basically, when the courts adjourn, Erika Kirk is the first one that gets to leave. When I initially posted it, I made a mistake. I said that she made it a point to be the last one to leave. And then I got contacted like, no, you misinterpreted what I said. Everybody had to stay because Erika Kirk stood up, was leaning against the bench or whatever in front of her and just staring at the judge for an extended period of time. And I was told that it was very awkward, that the people that were in the courtroom were not supposed to be looking at her. But there were people that saw, and they said that it seemed like she was really trying to manipulate the judge, that was the impression that they got, that she was just there with the waterworks, just staring at the judge, making the judge uncomfortable. So it's no surprise here to hear them talk about how, Erika had the waterworks going and whatnot.
The timestamps are showing. So I think they took that and, started typing it out and thought, oh, I'm going to run with this because this is going to be good. I have no clue.
Now, I mean, in my opinion, it's a blatant lie. Like Benny Johnson saying it was HD 4K quality, zoomed in, Tyler Robinson, clear as day, pulling the trigger. Like that. And, Benny Johnson's another fucking piece of shit. Because watch how fast he starts to flip-flop too. I guarantee, just like Andrew Colvett, you're going to see Benny Johnson come out and he's going to have questions about Lance any day now. He's going to question the narrative. Was there another shooter? Was Lance involved? Like all these people that are just losing all of their credibility now, whatever credibility that they had left, they're all going to start trying to pivot a little bit. Watch. You're going to see. That is the biggest lie I've ever heard. It is so not clear of who it is. It's so far away. It is not zoomed in at all. And also Benny Johnson saying everyone in the courtroom gasped. That is also blatant lie. No one gasped. Like that literally did not happen.
We have confirmed with 3 other people there that nobody gasped, and we're 2 more. So that's 5 total. Nobody gasped. The other people that we spoke with were sitting on the opposite end of the courtroom. We're sitting on
closer to Erika than we were. Yeah.
Nobody gasped. We have audio recordings. We're actually going to post like snippets of these audio recordings speaking with the other people who were present. And, there's going to be plenty of people saying those people weren't actually there.
But that is just the stupidest thing I've ever heard either. Like Billy and I were in the courtroom. People are trying to say that we weren't in the courtroom. Yeah.
And the funny part about that, not only were Billy and Brandy in the courtroom, but they were posting pictures of themselves outside the courtroom sleeping. They literally had to sleep outside because the courts were only allowing the first 14 civilians to get in. And they were so dedicated. Everybody that went, any civilians, any independent journalists that actually got in, they had to sleep outside. And it's well documented who was there. So now this idea, oh, they're not even there. You're going to believe them? It's like, I love it. I love it because they keep lying. They keep trying to spin things. They keep trying to manipulate everybody. And they keep getting caught.
We absolutely were. I mean, if they want to ask the TPUSA people, they know that we were in the courtroom too. We talked to Jack Posobiec afterwards. Like, everyone knows we were inside. So,
So let me give you a series of questions. Just try to answer it in a word or two here, because I want to get through a litany here for you. Were you both present on Friday?
Yes.
Did you watch the video?
Yes.
Did the video have sound?
No.
How many days that week, last week, how many days were each?
Baron is good. That's a really good question. That's a really good question. Did the video have sound? That would be a way to trip somebody up. Not only would that be a way to figure out if they were credible or not, which we already know that they are, but if the video doesn't have sound, that means you can't hear a shot. And I think that's what he was alluding to. I think that's what he was asking.
Each of you in the courtroom. Billy first, Billy Webb on the left first.
2.
2 days. Brandy Siciliani on the right. How many days total?
3.
3 days.
I was there Wednesday, Thursday, Friday.
I was there Wednesday, Friday, but I was outside of the.
And by the way, if you haven't seen Brandy, she wasn't with Billy, but Brandy and Teresa came onto my show on Wednesday and gave a breakdown after they were there. And Trigger Smart, shout out to him too. Him and Nate did a great job. They covered every minute of every day of the preliminary hearing. They had me on for 2 days. It was like a 9.5 hour stretch. The 2 days that I went, it was crazy. I can't believe I was streaming for that long with them. But shout out to them. I really appreciate them having me on. And then, even after Trigger Smart covering it that day, he came on with Brandy and Teresa, and they were on my show on Wednesday. So if you haven't seen that, it's on my channel now under my lives, and you can check it out.
The courtroom all day on Thursday.
We didn't know that they were only going to allow 14 people in. So Monday went there, didn't get in. Tuesday decided just to watch it from my Airbnb because we were going to go live with other podcasters, and we didn't want to camp overnight, me and Teresa. So Teresa, her podcast is Teresa Better Life. Me and her got a Airbnb together just so we didn't have to drive an hour and a half each way in the morning and then back afterwards. And we just decided to stay at our Airbnb on Tuesday and then make it a point to camp overnight to make sure we got a spot like the rest of the days.
And just to be clear, when this particular portion of the video was playing, you were watching the screen.
Absolutely.
Yes. Okay. Ladies, tell people where they can find you. Billy, go first.
So I am just my name on most social media platforms. I'm on X, I'm on Instagram, TikTok at Billy Webb with 3 B's, because Billy Webb with 2 B's is always taken. And then I'm now noticing on YouTube.
Brandy, how can people find you?
Brandy Siciliani on X, Instagram, TikTok, and on YouTube.
Ladies, I appreciate it so much. You have done so much on the ground reporting, and I've talked to you both behind the scenes, not on camera, over the last several months, in between hearings, stories you're working on, bouncing ideas off of each other. And you guys came to Nashville, and I got to see you while you were in town.
Yeah, it was so fun to meet you in person.
Baron, would you mind if Brandy mentions one other thing of somebody that she spoke with on Erika's side who was invited by Erika?
Yeah, go ahead.
Oh, yeah. So I'm not going to say who this person is just for their own privacy, but I did talk to someone that I didn't know was invited by Erika, but Billy confirmed that they got a wristband through Erika's people. And I messaged this person on Instagram just because I wanted to just verify, like, hey, did we see the same thing? Because I don't understand why they're blatantly lying about what was shown. So this person called me. I talked to them on the phone, and they said Benny Johnson is, exaggerating and embellishing what was shown. You could absolutely not see Tyler Robinson's face. You could not see anyone pulling a trigger. You could not even make up that it was a gun, really. You could see, like, it was just so far away that the way that they're describing it is just, there's no other words than just saying it's a blatant lie. And so I just wanted to say, like, we talked to someone that was even on Erika's side that agreed with what we saw and like what we're saying.
It's shocking to me. It's not surprising. It's not surprising, but it's shocking. And I draw the distinction there. I'm not surprised at all that that these people would do this, because it seems like they have a vested interest in a particular outcome. Whereas we just want, or I don't speak for you, I just want the truth. Like, I just want to know who killed Charlie Kirk and why. Yeah. If it was Tyler Robinson, yeah, if it was Tyler Robinson, put him away. But exactly. Every story I look into, it seems less and less likely that it's him. I don't know if you heard the Penguin stuff today. If not, when you jump off, hit rewind and go listen to it. But I don't even think he was there that night, like, before midnight. And so this is, in my opinion, consistent. So it doesn't surprise me, but it still shocks me that somebody would stand up in front of a camera and just lie. And I believe, based on your testimony, that's what they're doing.
Yeah. I really think it was like a God thing that Billy and I made it in the courtroom, because if we wouldn't have, the only testimonies that we would have are from the TPUSA people. And, the fact that we barely got any sleep and we camped out and we made it inside, it's just like, it's such a God thing, I think, because no one would have any other testimony than what they said. Yeah. And, we were there and they're just blatantly lying, and it's crazy.
Baron, if you want us to go over each clip that we saw, we've conferred with the other people who we have the phone numbers of, and I'll let you know, most of the clips that were shown in that courtroom, you've already seen. Most people have already seen, and we've gone over with everyone else. Like, can we go through the order of the clips that were shown?
I don't want to, because this is the only one that really matters to me. Okay. Telling me that you saw somebody in a parking garage, whether or not it's Tyler, it's irrelevant to whether he climbed on a roof and shot someone. Mm-hmm. This is the shot. You have to put Tyler Robinson on the roof with a gun shooting a person. And if you can't do that, then you're going to have trouble convicting him. And this is what they lied about. This is the video they lied about. This is the dramatic video where they crawl up to, you can see him crawl to the edge. I watched this thing. I zoomed it up to where like 5% of the video took up my whole screen. You can't see a thing. It's just a smudge, and, I don't know if he was up there. I mean, it's clear there's something up there, but is it Tyler Robinson? There's clear there's something up there. Does he have a gun? It's clear there's something up there. Is he just, providing oversight? It's clear there's something going on. Was he put up there as a distraction to draw people's eyes away, to make people think he was shot from the Losi Center? That's kind of where I'm starting to believe. And the more I look into it, the text messages, obviously, in my opinion, being manufactured.
Yeah.
I have a question for you. Do you think that maybe the letter that was shown on purpose so that they couldn't show any of the other exhibits? So they couldn't publish this video. So it was just like, trust me, bro, this is what happened, and the public can't see it.
I've heard.
Now, if you watched my coverage of this over the last week or so, that was like my slogan. That's what I kept saying about everything. Trust me, bro. That is like all we heard. All we heard from the prosecution side of this preliminary hearing was trust me, bro. Every step of the way. It was insane. I must have said that like 50 times in the last week.
That speculation. I've heard that speculation. I saw one more comment go by that I want to ask you about. Did you see a muzzle flash?
No.
Could not even see the blob of a figure move due to any recoil. I was looking for that.
No.
Thank you, ladies. I appreciate you taking your time out of your night. I know you're busy and had plans tonight, but I appreciate you taking.
All right. So we covered a little about what Barron put out today. And now I got one more video that I want us to cover since we're here and it's late. And I know you guys are chilling. And I told you I was going to chill late. So how about we check in on what our boy, the OG legendary homie, Ian Carroll, has to say about all this.
The base. We were all told that there are just mountains of evidence out there, that it's so obvious that Tyler Robinson did this all alone on his own, that if you saw the evidence, you would have no question. And that is the premise upon which people would say that I'm evil for asking questions, that Candace and Barron are just evil for even asking any questions, that they are demonic, because there's this whole campaign that just so happens to be carried out by all the Israel First Zio shills that shill for everything that the Trump administration does, including covering up the Epstein files and going to war with Iran, among other things. So it's like this weird overlap where the whole bought and paid for Zionist mainstream influencer economy is all saying, don't ask any questions. And if you do, you're an evil person. You're trying to set Tyler Robinson free. You're trying to taint the jury pool to cause a mistrial. And I don't know if they think that strategy is still working. I don't know if they think that we were all born yesterday and we don't know how the internet works, but we'll address it a little bit. And maybe we'll start with Posobiec, Jack Posobiec, former Navy intelligence, who has made a habit of reposting over and over and over statements like this. Statements that very clearly are presuming guilt before a trial. I don't think I need to remind Jack Posobiec that this is America. And in America, you are innocent until proven guilty. But that is not how Jack Posobiec is operating. That is not how any of the mainstream Zio shills are operating. They're operating from, it's already proven, he's guilty 100%. And if you ask any other questions, if you say anything else, you're evil. You hate Erika, or you hate the Jews, or whatever. Okay. So this is the kind of slop that those people are posting. And they all have their own flavor and variety of it. And if you have your own X account, if you are on X, you might have noticed the absolute swarming of bots and micro accounts that are just flooding the comment sections to try to form a false consensus, as though everyone thinks that it's a closed and shut case. And they share posts like this: Tyler Robinson murdered Charlie. Now Candace is gunning for Erika. Evil. Which is just like, okay, but okay. And this Andrew Zywake, sorry, bud. He's a pretty based dude. He's going to just remind us at the top here what the justice system in America is all about. I grow infinitely tired of the first sentence here. I don't know what goes on with the Candace situation. I don't watch podcasts. With that in mind, let me offer you all some sense. In America, you are innocent until proven guilty. End of story. Anyone making the statement this idiot just made needs to reflect. And yes, it's idiotic. So spare me the self-righteous virtue signaling. You do not condemn someone to guilt before seeing the evidence and going through a thorough process to prove guilt beyond a reasonable doubt. This is a human right. So, Kristen, I know you find logic and consequence challenging, evidenced by your failure as a pro-life advocate, but bear with me here. When a high-profile political and religious figure, of which Charlie was both, is assassinated, no stone can be left unturned. Everyone close to him, every business relationship, every random quack letter with a threat, everything must be investigated. When this much money, power, and influence are involved, those closest must be met with ultimate scrutiny, not as accusation, but as thorough investigation. I find it ridiculous that such common sense must be stated. As far as the ever-obvious clown show arguments, let's put something to bed. I don't trust our government. I don't trust any other government. When the most influential evangelical Christian on the planet is bankrolled by Jewish influence, which is a completely opposed theology, openly states that Israel.
All right. I think we know where he's going with this part, but there is, we've already been covering a lot on narrative control and all the bullshit, but there is a specific part that I'm seeing in this transcript that I did not cover on my breakdown the other day, and I haven't really touched on it much today, and that is the DNA evidence. So let's just get to the real meat of this.
Complete testimony is a segment that lasts like 20-something minutes during the hearing. You can go watch the whole thing for yourself. One of the other things that we got for the entirety of, I guess it would have been Wednesday afternoon, it was extremely laborious. Everyone fell asleep. It was just this giant mega struggle session about the DNA evidence. And the defense tried to take a huge line of questioning that was like they were going to try to debunk DNA science in general, which if you actually listen to the trial and you didn't know about DNA evidence, a lot of people came away from that trial, from that day, realizing that, oh my God, DNA is not some like hard science like we've been led to believe by like CSI.
I just want to say, I will always defend Ian. This is the one person that, you know, between all the journalist work that he's done, the Buyer app, Web, Ian deserves everybody's credit and everybody's support. And I think that it's disgusting, all the hate and attacks that he's gotten.
Let's just say DNA evidence can be subjective and complicated, and it's not just a clean cut yes or no, it matches or it doesn't. It's complicated. Generally speaking, what came out of the overall trial on the DNA evidence is that Tyler Robinson's DNA is all over everything with relatively conclusive certainty, probably, I'm pretty sure, that his DNA is on all these items, like the weapon and the cartridges and the screwdriver and the towel. But then the issue is that Lance Twiggs's DNA is also on several of those items, particularly the towel and the screwdriver. I'm not particularly clear. I don't really care to try to pull it apart. You can do this for yourself if you care. But it was said very clearly that Lance Twiggs was presented as an elimination sample, as in you should expect to find Lance Twiggs's DNA on these items. So here's his DNA. When you see it, ignore it, so to speak. Like I'm interpreting that myself a little bit, but he was presented as an elimination sample, basically saying like, this DNA will be there because he's the roommate. You're looking for Tyler's, which is a little concerning as a supposition, because if you haven't put 2 and 2 together here yet, we have text messages between Tyler and Lance that have no timestamps within them, that we have no real way to corroborate that they came from Tyler specifically. So we got photos of the phone screen of Lance Twiggs's phone showing the timestamps or showing the text messages. And they start right here. Sam Parker points out that weird, there's this super bizarre screen damage right over top of where the time should be. So that's a little interesting.
Not only is that super bizarre, but like how many of you guys have ever dropped your phone? Like when you drop your phone, when you break your phone, when you crack your screen, you normally have like a wide crack, no? Like I know anytime that I've cracked the screen on my phone, it's like the whole thing cracks. It's not like one little section. And if you look at this, it's one specific little section that just happens to cover the time. And look, the rest of the screen is fine. I've never seen a phone cracked in this way. Like this looks like somebody took a screwdriver and just pressed it in a little bit. I don't even know how they did that. Am I reaching right now? Am I the only one that like finds this to be very odd? I mean, look at this. It's this one little spot just over the time. And that's the only part of that screen that's cracked. It's a little weird.
Interesting. But furthermore, we can see right here, Wednesday, 11 o'clock p.m. So it was at 11 o'clock p.m. that the automated text message, the just in case I'm dead text message, gets sent to Lance. Tyler thought, what? Fuck, I tried to delete that. And this is what starts the whole text conversation. And Barron scrolled through the entire thing in all these phone photos and showed that there's no timestamps in between any of the messages. As in on iPhone, if you take a break and like put your phone down for an hour and then text again, it'll put a new timestamp in that like, oh, this one was sent at 7 p.m. This one was sent at 8 p.m. That does not appear anywhere in the entire text thread, somewhat implying that it was one continuous conversation with no significant breaks. Also, the fact that the conversation starts at 11 p.m. gets a little problematic, but I'm not going to get into the whole fucking timeline. Barron has broken it down exceptionally well, and you should go watch his content. But this is what they came in as. Photos of Lance Twiggs's phone. Let's just remind ourselves that Lance Twiggs is the roommate. Lance Twiggs has access to all the tools that were used, the Dremel for engraving the bullets, the screwdriver, the towel. His DNA is all over all of those items. He's probably got access to Tyler's rifle and to all the rounds. They live in the same house. They share the same, like he can go in and out of his room. It's all there. I think there was a part where they talked about Tyler having a safe, but that he never used it, which is pretty typical 20-year-old behavior, honestly. And then the question of like, can Lance access Tyler's devices? And I would argue that's pretty likely that he can. It's pretty fucking likely that he knows Tyler's password to his devices. Or,
hey, you know what? While he's on that, I just want to point something out. Early on in this case, when they said that he confessed, they said he confessed to his parents. That's been debunked. I've spoken to people that have spoken to the parents directly. They say that Tyler never confessed, that Tyler didn't do it. They don't think Tyler did it. And that whole narrative is bullshit. The only person that Tyler Robinson has allegedly confessed to is to Lance Twiggs. And it's all online. And Lance, I agree with Ian here. Lance, more than likely, has access to his Discord or his social media account. And you got to remember, those text messages, I don't even think they're regular text messages. I think they were sent on like iMessage or something, which means that if Tyler was using that and sending those types of messages on his computer, that Lance very easily could have sent the messages to himself right there on the computer. There is also the possibility that Tyler Robinson could have been hacked. And now the same people that would argue and say that that's completely ridiculous, that that couldn't happen, all these same right-wing conservative shills that are against that theory were the first ones to come out defending Eric Trump and Daniel Cormier a couple weeks ago at UFC 250, when Daniel Cormier came out and posted screenshots of a conversation that he allegedly had with Eric Trump, where Eric Trump is trying to get insider information on the UFC fights that night to bet on them. And if you haven't checked that out, I did a video breaking the whole thing down, and it is very, very sus, just the way that whole thing played out. Because first, Daniel Cormier says, I'm going to catch heat, and he puts it out. Then Eric Trump makes a response denying it, but he doesn't say it never happened. He says that it's fake. He's putting it on Daniel Cormier, saying that they're fake messages. But Daniel Cormier posted the screenshots. Then he took it right back down. And then later on, Daniel Cormier posts again saying, I can't believe you guys believe that. And then he gets questioned after the UFC 250 event, and he looks very nervous, very sus. And he says, I don't know, I must have got hacked or something. It's like, you must have got hacked or something. If you got hacked, you would know. I don't know if any of you guys have ever gotten hacked, but we see it all the time where people with big accounts get hacked. And what is the first thing that they do when they find out that they got hacked? They get access to their account, they change their password, and they tell everyone they got hacked. They let everybody know, hey guys, I got hacked. But that's not what Daniel Cormier did. And then not only that, but later on, he allegedly gets hacked again and posts some type of crypto scam. And then the right-wing conservative shills like Steven Crowder say, oh, of course he got hacked. Like the second that the crypto stuff is posted, you know it's a hack. But the crypto stuff wasn't posted till way later. And there was a lot of other questions with that too, because if they were hacking him for a crypto scam, why wouldn't they have just posted the crypto scam? You know what I mean? If he got hacked, then the hack was to make Eric Trump look bad. Why would they hack him again and post a crypto scheme, making it look obvious that there was a hacking? Because at that point, the initial motive for the hacking would have been to make Eric Trump look bad, and the mission was accomplished. It seems very counterintuitive to me, for them to post again with a crypto scam that contradicts the initial hack, if that makes sense to you guys. But it's just another sign of the hypocrisy that we see time and time again. You know, when you're asking about Tyler Robinson's Discord messages, it's like, no, he didn't get hacked. Don't be ridiculous. He confessed. But then all of a sudden, when somebody's exposing or allegedly, potentially exposing Eric Trump for trying to get insider information to bet on fights, all of a sudden it's obvious that it was a hack. And like, these are the types of things that I pick up on. These are the types of hypocrisy. This is the type of bullshit that just drives me nuts.
Or that Tyler might leave his computer laying around, because if you're signed in on one device, you're signed in on all your devices, and any of those devices can send a text message. So that's not to say that we know that Tyler didn't send those text messages. It's to say that we don't know that he did, right? And obviously in this hearing, the standard is not beyond reasonable doubt. The standard is just probable cause for this to go to trial. And obviously it's going to go to trial. But when we're looking forwards at the trial, do we actually have evidence of Tyler confessing to this crime? Do we actually have evidence that shows that it was for sure Tyler and not Lance? Because from where I'm sitting, Lance looks extremely fucking suspicious. Lance has all of the access to all of the items. He looks very similar to Tyler. He could pass as him in those security photos, although I don't really think he did. And he's in the perfect position to frame the guy, honestly. I don't really know what to make of what we've been told about Lance's like sexual proclivities, about his like tranny stuff, and there was like reports of his I don't know. Because now he's not even really presenting as trans or anything. But that's the DNA evidence that is kind of mixy-matchy. Definitely indicating Tyler. There's some discrepancy about 2 samples or 3 samples. I'm no DNA scientist, and I didn't find the DNA evidence to be particularly conclusive in any one direction. It's no mystery that Tyler Robinson's rifle has his own DNA on it. It's no mystery that a screwdriver from his house has his DNA on it. It's no mystery that a towel from his house has his DNA on it. It also has Lance Twiggs' DNA on it. So it's like that's not really proving anything about the fact that he took the shot from that location. And especially when you bring into consideration all the other things that we learned. And one of the big things that we learned is we got photos of the bullet, photos of all the bullets. So just quickly to hop in here, let's just give ourselves a quick primer.
I just don't see it being plausible that there's no exit wound if it is a straight through the neck shot. I have a hard time explaining that.
Okay, cool. Right on, Gary. Good to know. Because it was a straight through the neck wound with a 30-06 bullet. A soft point is what it looks like.
Guys, and in case you didn't know or haven't seen it, speaking of Gary, I actually had a debate with him about 2 weeks ago. It's on my lives now. You can check it out anytime. And we went for a long time. If you don't know the backstory, there was a lot of back and forth. Him and Elizabeth Lane were going at it. Elizabeth Lane is friends with Danks. Me and Danks do a show. Gary was talking about Elizabeth right before we went live. We pulled Elizabeth on. And then all of a sudden, I'm getting involved. I'm making videos. Me and Gary have a back and forth. He called me out for a debate. I accepted. We spoke on the phone once or twice. We agreed that it wasn't going to be like this vicious back and forth. We weren't going to take any cheap shots or low blows. To Gary's credit, I will say that he kept his word. And ever since the first time I spoke to him on the phone, he's been nothing but respectful. And I gave him the same respect. We went back and forth for about 4.5 hours. And it really didn't even turn into so much of a debate. We debated at some points, but it was more of like a deposition for both of us about our views and the rationale behind our views. So if you want, you could check that out. Me and him has spoken since, and we're talking about doing another debate. Although right now tensions are kind of high and things are getting kind of nasty on X. And because he's going at it with, people that I'm friends with and respect, I don't know if it's like the appropriate time, so I'm going to have to check back on that. But it was very interesting. There were a couple of points where, talking to Gary about it, because originally him with all of, if you don't know this about Gary, he is a former Green Beret and he was a sniper in the Green Berets. So he had years and years of experience. So when all this first happened, he said that there was like a 0% possibility that Charlie Kirk was shot directly in the neck with a 30-06 and that it didn't leave an exit wound. He's like, there's no way. Then all of a sudden, he started changing his tune for reasons unknown. There are people that have had theories. I've said things in the past. Like I said, me and him have been cool. I'm not trying to drag the guy or, spread rumors. If you know, you know. But all or if you assume, you assume. But long story short, he had referred a book to me that was more physics-based on why it could have been a 30-06. And I took the book and I included it into, all my algorithms and my AI and my research. And bottom line, I came to the conclusion that if they were old bad bullets, the gun malfunction, that there was a chance that it was the 30-06. But now that we know that it was standard rounds, as I said earlier, it's like that goes out the window. But long story short, when me and him were having the debate and I brought up the book, he brushed it off and went back to his experience, which I found to be very unusual because based on his experience alone, he said it was a 0% possibility that it was a 30-06. He was the one that said he changed his mind because of this book and research that he had done since. But then once I cross-referenced the same research and told him what I got out of it, he scrapped the research and went back to his experience. So you guys can take that for what you want. If I do have another debate with him, which I'm looking forward to, I hope happens, I will definitely bring that up again because now with all this new evidence coming out, I'm really curious to see what he has to say. Now, mind you, again, to Gary's credit, he did not rule out a conspiracy. He did not rule out the potential for Lance Twiggs' involvement. And he was the one that was saying, based on the charging documents, that he had expectations as well for the evidence. Well, now we had a whole week of preliminary hearings. We had a whole lot of evidence come out. I don't think it's looking good for the prosecution. So it's going to be very telling how Gary reacts, whether he's going to start to change his tune a little bit or if he's going to double down as well, like all these other people are. But anyway, I just wanted to throw that out there real quick. But let's get back to Ian.
Looks like, and obviously I'm being flippant. Gary would say it wasn't straight through the neck. It hit his spine, and that's how it deflected and deformed and exploded into pieces. And that's why they can't match it to the gun. Let's start at the top here. Photos of the rifle, different photos, mind you, than we had before. There's a lot of speculation about this rifle being different than this rifle. I think they're the same rifle. I think they're just flipped over. I think that this one is you're seeing one side, and this one is you're seeing the other side, flipped over in the box. But people can argue about it online. I'm not sure. It is curious that the official police photos are during the day, and then obviously much later, like into the evening possibly, the rifle has been flipped around, but in the same location and box, and another photo was taken that was leaked to the press is a little weird, but whatever. And we got photos of the spent cartridge that was still in the rifle, never ejected. I took my screens while we were hanging with the boys watching. We got images of the back of the cartridges, and we got images of all the other engraved rounds that were, I guess, in the magazine, but not fired. And all the engravings on them. Oh, we also got photo of the burnt up note that Tyler allegedly left for Lance. And then someone burned, but not completely. Which, just really quickly, if you were trying to burn the note of your confession to eliminate the evidence, why would you leave a giant piece of it still intact? Do you run out of lighter fluid?
And not only that, on the note, remember, Lance said he took a picture of it. Why would he take a picture of it? So the note just popped up after a scheduled message popped up on his phone. Then he goes under the keyboard. Then he looks at the note. And, it's confusing too. Like they say that Tyler said in the message that, oh, I meant to delete that. It's like, why would that even matter if the note's already there? Like you didn't go home and get the note first. And now the note's burnt, but there's a picture of the note. And the picture of that note was not supposed to come out till trial. The court accidentally leaked it to the public. It was not supposed to be made public. And of course it came out. And that was not the first time. I believe that was either the third or fourth time in 1 week of preliminary hearings where evidence that was not supposed to come out came out accidentally. But that's a whole other story.
In your lighter? Doesn't that kind of defeat the purpose of burning the note? And furthermore, we got a photo of the note too that they weren't supposed to release that actually kind of caused a fucking problem in the courtroom.
Oh, he did.
We also got photos of Tyler's targets. And listen, I don't shoot rifle. I don't own my own rifle. I have minimal experience with handguns. I'm no gun guy, but I know enough to know that this dude's not really a gun guy either. This is like his best grouping right here to the left of Bullseye. This one's kind of spread out. He's got a couple of rounds fired out here in the outer circle. This one, he's got some rounds all over the place. He got some off the target. It's not really clear if these are actually bullet holes in the backing that these targets are attached to, but there's all these weird holes in weird places down here that could be bullet holes. He's not an impressive shot. We don't know much about this. We don't know what caliber. We don't know what range. We don't really know about this, but he's definitely not lacing the bullseye on his targets. So this is an interesting thing to include in the exhibits. Here's the photo of the note that was not supposed to be published. And people couldn't help but notice that there's a fucking date and time in the metadata at the top of this one that we'll get into in just a second. And then photos of the jacket of the round that was recovered from inside of Charlie. We're not going to get into all the details because they kind of elaborated on this with the ballistics lady for quite some time. But these are images of the pieces of the bullet. And they were not able to match this bullet to Tyler's gun. That does not mean that they concluded that it was not fired from Tyler's gun. It simply means that it was too mangled and there wasn't enough material. There wasn't enough similarity between the rifling, I guess, the test shots from the rifle and this bullet. So they were not able to conclude yay or nay either way. It could have been fired from any number of like a couple dozen 30 caliber rifles. So let's just remind ourselves of this tweet from Andrew Colvett back in September 2025, last year. I just want to address some of the discussion about the lack of an exit wound with Charlie. I'm usually not interested, but probably another miracle. And I want people to know. So I just spoke with the surgeon who worked on Charlie in the hospital. And he said that the bullet absolutely should have gone through, which is very, very normal for a high-powered, high-velocity round. I've seen wounds from this caliber many times, and they always just go through everything. This would have taken a moose or two down, an elk, etc. That is in quotation marks. He is attributing that quotation to the surgeon, which allegedly the surgeon never said. But it didn't go through. Charlie's body stopped it. I mentioned to his doctor that there were dozens of staff, students, and special guests standing directly behind Charlie on the other side of the tent. And he replied, it was an absolute miracle that someone else didn't get killed. A miracle. Right, Andrew. Right.
And actually, let me just read you the description straight off the box so you know that I'm not making this stuff. All right. So it says right here, these are the rounds that Tyler used. They're designed for deep penetration and controlled expansion up to 2 times the original caliber diameter of a full metal jacket round. Designed for high weight retention, and they won't break up or separate on impact for more effective stopping power.
So you can watch Nate's whole video about it. Great video. Or you could listen to all the haters online that think that Nate doesn't know anything about firearms, that think he's a horrible person, terrible, terrible person for even, ever expressing his opinions online. Silly Green Beret. The fact of the matter. You can hate on me. You can call me a pizza delivery boy all you want. You can talk about how I'm not the gun guy all you want. You're right. I'm not the gun guy. It's my understanding that they make them bullets for hunting elk and moose and, big game, deer and such. And a lot of you guys out there, a lot of the experts on Twitter have hunted big game with them. They're designed to kill big ass animals. They're designed to go through the chest cavity of a gigantic animal, blast through the rib cage, get into the vital organs and kill it. That's what they're designed to do.
And again, like I said earlier, if that was the bullet that was used and Charlie was shot in the neck, in the throat, and somehow miraculously did not create an exit wound, how much damage would have been done in the neck? How is it even possible that he wouldn't have had blood coming out of his mouth? Like that's something I don't know if people have talked about or if they've talked about him enough. But I would imagine that if somehow a bullet like that went in and didn't come out, and it went in right there, that he would have been bleeding out of his mouth.
They are not designed to stop in a human neck. I have been pointing that out to people on the internet now that we know the actual bullet, because a lot of them, like Gary, that we already showed a clip from, they were originally of the perspective, right? The old narrative was, well, maybe it's really old World War II ammo. Maybe it was hand loaded. Maybe there's all kinds of different types of bullets that it could be that would be slower or lower velocity or would be damaged or something. So them goalposts have moved because they were brand new, just soft points from like Walmart. They were just like your basic hunting round straight from Walmart, essentially. They weren't old. They weren't World War II era. They weren't hand loaded, obviously. We kind of all knew that. They weren't frangible, right? And it turns out that we actually already have testing of these exact rounds. Chris Martenson and his team already tested these exact rounds. Amongst the other like 50 or 60 tests that he did, he tested a whole bunch of Remington Core-Locked 30-06. To be fair, his grain, we don't know the exact grain of the bullets, I don't believe. He didn't test every grain or weight of these bullets that exists, but he shot a whole bunch of them. And if you notice, they all went through and through. And I'll show you what that means. So here's the shot.
From here to here, it's coming in on a downward angle, and it goes all the way straight through, and you can watch all this stuff blowing out the back here.
I'm not going to play this live because people have been getting shut down for that. But I think you guys get the idea. But there is another part of this that I do want to play. Hold on, let me just make sure I got the timestamp. All right, yeah, right around here, 54-minute mark.
We're all fucked up, so we don't really trust his cardinal directions anyways. So who knows? It kind of could have been anywhere up there. We don't know. Oh man, it's been a long week. It's been a lot of testimony. I just looked down at my notes to be like, all right, have we covered everything? And I noticed the part about Tyler Robinson allegedly meeting with TPUSA reps and subsequently Blake Neff telling us that he knows who it was, but he's not going to tell us who it is. And it's because Blake Neff went onto Twitter Spaces and just ran his fucking mouth and incriminated himself a whole lot for no reason. And it's just like, oh man, do I even want to get into this? This is a mess. This is a huge mess. This was an extremely long Twitter Space. I think it was an hour or two.
All right. Just so you guys know, I'm sure some of my members already know, especially if you were there. So on the last members only video that I did, I got into this. It was I think that live was about 3.5 hours long, and it was all about this X space and really cutting into the meat of it when Blake Neff came on and everybody else got involved. There was a ton of different creators in there. Hold on, let me just pull this up real quick so I can show you guys. For my members that have not seen it yet, and for anybody that is interested in supporting the channel and becoming a member, let me just show you guys so that you can see where it is. And here we go. Right here. They were all there. You had Blake Bednarz, you had Paramount Tactical, you had Mr. Let Go, Myron Gaines, Brandy, Jordan Henshaw, Elizabeth Lane, Allie Top Files, Teresa was there, Diligent Dennison, and many others. And there was a really intense debate going on where people just one by one were just firing questions at Blake Neff, and he really did make a fool out of himself. He let a couple of things slip that I don't think that he wanted to let slip. And, you know, truth be told, I really feel like he was in there trying to get information from other people. I think that they were trying to get people's theories, try to get people on the record making accusations. I don't think that he was just there because, like, oh, he was fed up and he finally wants to be heard or convince people of his innocence. Not that he even, you know, whether or not he even feels he needs to. But there were a couple of things that he said in there that I really get into on that members only live that I found fascinating. For one, he was saying that he didn't remember who he showed up with. He said he didn't consider himself a witness. And as I said earlier, he talks about the fact that Tyler Robinson was talking to TPUSA staff before Charlie Kirk got shot, and that he wasn't going to tell anybody who the staff was or what they were talking about.
And Blake Neff said a lot of things. A lot of people have done good breakdowns of this. Barron did a good breakdown. Coach Collin did a much more extensive breakdown, worth checking out. But let's just listen to this clip specifically.
This morning, the leading officer on the case, right, of the Utah SBI, right, he was giving the timeline of events. And during that timeline of events, the officer said, and this is his words, okay, met with TPUSA representatives. Do you know who they are? Tyler Robinson on September the 10th?
And even if I did, I wouldn't tell you because you guys would just harass that person. And
So first answer, no, I don't know who that is. And even if I did, I wouldn't tell you because you guys would just harass that person. But then he lets another little thing slip right afterwards in this second part of the answer. So listen carefully.
I know that that person didn't do anything.
And I know that that person didn't do anything. So you do know who it was if you know they didn't do anything, right? That's a little concerning. And some very funny theories have evolved now that have some funny memes. We learned the other day that Tyler Robinson's car was seen in the middle of the night, allegedly, being driven by a bald guy with 3 friends. And now,
guys, I just started a poll asking if you guys checked out this X Space already. I'm curious. Let me know.
now we have memes of Blake Neff driving Tyler Robinson's car around in the middle of the night with his boys, trying to wrap up the crime of the century, and it's hilarious. To be clear, I'm not accusing Blake Neff of driving Tyler's car or having anything to do with it. I don't know. But he certainly should not have joined that Twitter space. He should shut his fucking mouth. Blake Neff is not helping his cause or TPUSA or Erika Kirk or anybody except for us. He's helping Barron. He's helping Candace. He's helping people like me that want answers. He's a little loose in the lips. Whoopsie daisies. So I think we're ready to wrap back around to the end of this thing and talk big picture. But to get there, we have to take one last journey down Ben Shapiro lane. Ben Shapiro is going to get us back out of the mess to the big picture. And to get there, we're going to follow Ben Shapiro's mess that he started for himself.
I remember where I was when all this was happening. I was in Los Angeles. I had sort of a breakfast/lunch meeting with somebody. And I got the news that Charlie had been shot. And my security was on the phone with Charlie's security because nobody knew what the hell was going on. Well, Charlie was still in the back of the car and we were sort of getting updates along the way. At 2:40 p.m.
Posted that of his own accord. Did not need to say that. You could have kept your mouth shut, Ben. Because what Ben just said is that while Charlie Kirk was bleeding out in the car, they were speeding through the town on the way to the hospital. This is within like 7 minutes of Charlie getting shot, maybe 10 minutes. Apparently, Charlie Kirk's security team decided rather than packing the wound, rather than controlling the C-spine, rather than looking for any other injuries, rather than calling the hospital ahead of time to tell them they were coming with a gunshot wound, rather than accepting the assistance of the actual paramedics that were on scene with trauma bags, rather than calling his next of kin, calling his family, calling TPUSA people, rather than calling any of those people or doing any of those things, they decided, let's call Ben Shapiro. Let's call Ben Shapiro's team. And that's super fucking weird, dude. That is super weird. There is no reason in the world to call Ben Shapiro's team at that moment. They're running with this spin that it's like, oh, well, because they weren't sure if other right-wing podcasters were in danger. They were afraid that Ben was in danger. What?
I agree 100%. In the heat of the moment, if Charlie Kirk is sitting there bleeding out, and you're like, they've said that they were driving like 100 miles per hour. The door was open. They were trying to stop the bleeding. Who in that car thought that it was a priority to speak to Ben Shapiro's security? And now Ian is implying right now that they called Ben security. That's would make it 10 times worse. But even if it was Ben security calling them, why would any of them make it a priority to take that call? Why? If you've got one guy trying to stop the bleeding, another guy driving, another guy hanging out of the car, the fourth guy wouldn't think that maybe holding on to the guy that's hanging out of the car would be more important, or somebody else that's like listening in, assisting the person that's trying to stop the bleeding. There is no scenario on this planet where it makes any sense whatsoever that any of those people in the car would have a reason to prioritize speaking to anybody from Ben Shapiro's security or any other security for that matter.
So Charlie Kirk gets shot by a crazy tranny leftist, obviously. And their first thought is, oh my gosh, it must be a coordinated hit on all of the conservative podcasters in America. So we got to call all the conservative podcasters in America and warn them immediately before we even stabilize Charlie Kirk or get him to the hospital. Let's call Ben Shapiro. In fact, let's also call Tucker Carlson and Candace Owens and Megyn Kelly and Jack Posobiec and Benny Johnson. And wait a minute, they didn't call any of those people now, did they? They just called Ben Shapiro. Kind of weird. Not even Charlie's friend. Not the same company. Literally lives on the other side of the fucking country. He is, kind of, shall we, how do we say he is pretty close with Israel and with Bibi, and, his whole security team is like, apparently ex-Israeli special forces and shit. But then don't worry, because Tim Pool rode in like a white knight to save the day, to tell the hard truths, because Candace Owens was pointing out that this is not normal. This is not normal. What the fuck is this? And Tim Pool had some words for Candace. He put Candace in her place. Mine too, you witch. We were getting updates. I'm so tired of this. F all of you retarded psychos. So Tim jumped in and started claiming that he also got phone calls while Charlie was bleeding out in the car on the way to the hospital. We all did. It was not even weird. Right, Tim? You mean the sources that told you that Charlie was stable like an hour after he was dead? I received a call from a trustworthy source who told me this. I want to believe and I'm hoping. Just pray. I remember this time. I remember these tweets. I remember this was extremely fucking shocking. No, Tim, you were not getting updates. Clint Russell pressed him so much on this. Politics is fake and gay. My team was also getting updates. Notably, I tweeted that Charlie was reportedly stable. This is because we got updated while they were transporting him. You're all fake. No one was telling you he was stable while he was literally dead in the car, speeding to the hospital, hanging out the window. No one had packed the wound. No one had given CPR, or maybe they had. Stories differ. That's not stable. And there's no one that's ever going to call Tim Pool and say, we got him stabilized, bud, when you're literally in the car. That's, bad call, Tim. Don't post this. This was a dumb thing to post. And Clint rightly picked up on it. Charlie was at the hospital within 10 minutes of getting hit. I flat out don't believe you. You posted he had a pulse an hour later. So not well en route to the hospital. Not a chance. And since you're calling me fake, you can now prove me wrong. And then Tim tries to move the goalposts and pretend it was it was just his team talking to Mike.
And notice that it's always the same people. It's always the same people. It's these right-wing conservative influencers that are always against Candace, that are always against the conspiracy theories, the people that have been pushing this narrative that Tyler Robinson was a lone shooter that did this for his gay transferee, and that they trusted the FBI, they trusted the administration, they trusted the system. The evidence is there. There's a mountain of evidence. Just wait for the preliminary hearings. And now that we're here 10 months later and we got through the hearings and we've seen the evidence and we see that it is even more of a crock of shit than we expected. Because make no mistake, I thought that they were going to come strong. I thought that the prosecution was going to have a lot more than this that would at least make you question it, And in the weeks leading up, I spoke to other creators about this. It's there is a chance this was Tyler Robinson. We can be wrong. We might end up with some egg on our face. And I had said the whole time that I was not going to rule it out. I think that of all the content creators, I was one of the ones that was a little bit more generous about the possibility of a 30-6 or the probability of a 30-6, I should say. But I have also maintained the entire time that when it comes to potential theories, that I thought that there was a higher probability that Charlie Kirk was still alive and that the whole thing was staged than there was that Tyler Robinson killed him with a 30-6 as a lone shooter. I never believed that this kid acted alone and did not have help and did not have some level of coordination. I never believed that there was at least some level of a cover-up along the way. It was just trying to make sense of all the different data points and just analyzing everything and paying attention to what everybody said, whether it was Erika Kirk or Andrew Colvett or Brian Harpole or Blake Neff or whoever. And even the content creators that were covering this and doing these investigations, like Candace Owens and Baron Coleman and Valhalla VFT. And myself, I even took my own transcripts and ran them through too, and treated myself and assessed myself like I would anybody else to see if I was missing something, to see if something was going over my head, trying to understand why my mind was changing and remind myself of why my mind was changing or I was leaning one way or another along the way. Because like I said, this has been 10 months and, you know, not everybody has been keeping up with it the whole time, myself included. You know, around the whole time that they went more into like Fort Huachuca and Egyptian plains, I started like losing it a little bit. And not just because of the case itself, but because the files coming out, Webb getting launched, the war with Iran. I felt like there were things that I thought were bigger priorities at the time. But this case just never went away. And more weird factors and data points just kept popping up. And I just kept getting dragged back into it. And then now, you know, after all these months and months of doing this research and seeing where we're at now, it just doesn't make any sense to me personally why any of these other influencers, whether conservative or otherwise, or the mainstream media, or especially anybody at TPUSA, would still believe that Tyler Robinson killed Charlie Kirk with a 30-06, especially as a lone shooter. If I was Erika Kirk, if I was Blake Neff, if I was Andrew Colvett, I would be very disappointed with this first week of preliminary hearings. I would be very disappointed. I would be like, this is it? This is all you got? You don't have more? I would be wondering why they didn't arrest Lance Twiggs from the start. Why they only brought him in to do a pre-recorded testimony. That wouldn't make sense to me. If I was somebody that was close to Charlie Kirk, whether he was my boss or a relative or, you know, just somebody that I had some type of financial ties with, whether as a donor, whatever. If I was one of the people that was close enough to be in that courtroom and see what came out by this prosecution, I would be on the phone with everybody saying, what the fuck is this? Why don't you have cameras in that Chick-fil-A that take the images? Where is he during those 55 minutes? How come the car in the garage looks different than Tyler Robinson? The more data points that you have for reasonable doubt, or the more data points, I should say, for us to see reasonable doubt, they should be seeing the reasonable doubt too. And they should be even more skeptical because they're the ones that should be wanting the justice. And if I'm Erika Kirk, if I'm Charlie Kirk's parents, I do not see enough evidence from this preliminary hearing to feel confident that Tyler Robinson is the guy. And I would be asking why. I would be making these phone calls. I would be getting a different prosecutor. Because not for nothing, if you saw the lawyer, well, it's the state. It's not that they have the prosecutor. The state is prosecuting Tyler Robinson. But Erika had her own lawyer there too. And that guy just made a total fool of himself. The judge was even seen rolling his eyes at him because he's just getting up there like it's theater, you know, like putting on the works like Erika Kirk on stage, you know, just acting all self-righteous. But I would want a different lawyer. I would want different people investigating things. I would want more. The prosecution came very weak. And it's very telling to me that Erika Kirk and Andrew Colvett and Blake Neff and all these other people, that they're not upset, that their answer was not to get more people involved, was not to ask more questions like Charlie would have done, that it was to see this coordinated effort by the mainstream media play out that flat out lied to make people believe that Tyler Robinson did this because the evidence is not there. It's just not. All right, guys. Now, I saw in the chat, there was another super. Somebody was saying, Angela, what's good? In Cahoots podcast, please check out Mikey McCoy. Sus. Guys, do you want me to we've been going almost 4 hours. I got a little bit of gas in the tank. Do you guys want me to pull up this Cahoots video and cover it or do you want me to just check it out and maybe I'll cover it another day and make a video? Do me a favor, put a 1 in the chat. And while you, if you want me to, otherwise I'm going to wrap it up. And also, if you haven't already, please take the time. Like I said, I'm almost 4 hours in. I'm willing to keep going, but please take the time to like the video, subscribe to the channel if you haven't already, hit that notification bell. And if you want to support the channel and you want to check out my coverage on that X Spaces and other coverage that I've done, because I always have fun with my members only lives. I always do them at least once a week. Sometimes I'll do a short live for like an hour and a half, and then I'll do like a 2.5 hour members only after party type thing where we mess around. I'm pulling more comments on the stage. Every now and then I get some special guests that pop up. We hang out, we shoot the chat, shoot the shit, etc. And also, you know, other videos, because the way the algorithm works, when videos just stop getting play, instead of like unlisting them off the channel altogether, I'll add them to the members only. So there's going to be a lot more exclusive content on my members only lives going on my members only going forward. Oh, we got a supporting member. Thank you very much. Will be me forever. Welcome. Thank you. I hope you enjoy and you don't regret it. I don't think you will. But all right, I'm seeing a lot of ones in the chat. Like I said, just do me that favor. Take the time to hit the like, share this on X, subscribe to the channel. And yeah, let's get to it. Nope, that's not the one. Hold on. I had this. There it is. All right, let's check out what everybody's talking about.
2 seconds, just as a heads up if you want to skip ahead. But before we talk about it, take a look at this.
You're not going to believe this, and you're for sure going to think it's AI, but it's not, and I have proof. Guys, I know exactly what Mikey McCoy was doing when he pulled his phone up.
Oh, I've seen this. Yeah, he was taking a picture of Charlie. And listen, I'm going to play this, but I just want to point this out because I've said this multiple times. I think that the majority, if not all of the people that were in the front that day, that there were a lot of people that weren't just regular civilians. They weren't just regular citizens. And I think that the majority of the footage that came out was in some sort of coordination. And I mean, Mikey McCoy had his phone out. Frank Turek had his phone out. A lot of people in the front row had their phones out, but that's to be expected. But I have a lot of questions about all the footage that came out. Because you see a lot of very, very clear footage from different angles of different things, like Dan Flood's hand motion and Rick Cutler doing the thing. And I said from the beginning that it felt like that it was a psyop to some degree, because you just got all these close-up shots of all these anomalies that didn't really make sense to me. But anyway, I've done enough talking. I'll take a little break and we'll check this out. And shout out to Ian Wentz too, because that guy's the man.
So share this far and wide, because this is probably one of the craziest things that anybody has seen regarding this case yet. He was taking a picture of Charlie Kirk. This picture. This is the last picture taken of Charlie Kirk before he was killed by Mikey McCoy. Look at the timestamp. Charlie was killed at approximately 10:23:30 Mountain Standard Time. Look at the timestamp. If I have this right, based on the timestamp, this means that Mikey took this picture between both looks at Dan Flood. So he looks at Dan Flood, then he pulls his phone up, takes the picture, and then looks at Dan Flood again right before Charlie's killed. If I have this right.
Too many. I'm the miracle. It's 5. Okay, now 5 is a lot, right? I'm going to give you some credit. Do you know how many mass shooters there have been in America over the last 10 years? Counting or not counting gang violence? Great.
So, the question every single person on planet Earth right now should be asking is, why did Mikey McCoy take a picture of Charlie Kirk right before he was killed? Every single person should be asking that. But there's more. Because the way that I got this picture was one of my followers, who is an absolute stranger. She has nothing to do with Turning Point. She has nothing to do with me, nothing to do with Mikey. Just a follower who is a married woman who Mikey McCoy responded to in DMs and sent this photo to. But in addition to this photo, he also sent her an audio message. Listen to this.
Hi, this is Mikey. To answer your question, I actually don't even give out my phone number, like really to anybody either. And truthfully, like it's probably even weird I'm giving it to you, but I don't know. Like ever since you messaged me, like there's sometimes I think about stuff or like I'm talking to people, I just feel like the Lord brings up on my heart again just to talk to you. So I don't know, who am I to really question it, but I'm also like the world's worst texter. So I'm sorry. I think that also correlates to being even worse at Instagram.
Yo, what a creep. And does anybody else feel like this is just like one more anomaly to add to the list? Well, 2 more anomalies, maybe 3, depending what you're considering anomalies. The fact that this could potentially be confirmation that Dan Flood was looking at Mikey McCoy taking the photo, and then Mikey McCoy having this random conversation and sending an audio message and then releasing the picture. Like, what the hell is that? Why would he do that? How does that even make any sense? You know, and if the guy's married, how come he's responding to DMs from random women with no stat? Like, what? I don't know.
I'm messaging. Anyways, it's been nice talking to you. I really appreciate you reaching out and just, taking the time. And again, like I don't talk to everybody. Like I don't also really have time to talk to everybody, but yeah, I don't know. I just feel like, I don't know, maybe it's the Holy Spirit or whatever, but nice to meet you. And thank you for always taking the time.
I don't know about you guys, but when I hear that, it sounds really weird, okay? All the stuff about the Holy Spirit and God and whatever, like, brother, it sounds like you're just hitting on an older married woman. She's old enough to be your mother. And so that to me is really strange. Am I crazy? Like, why? What? Huh? What do you take from that? You tell me. I have said this from day one. I have always felt like something is weird about Mikey. I've always felt like he comes off as somebody who is like reaching out for help because he's been abused or whatever. I don't know, man. I'm just saying that's a weird message that Mikey is sending to some random married lady who's old enough to be his mother, who has nothing to do with Turning Point whatsoever. Is he reaching out for help or is he hitting on this woman? What is going on? By the way, for all of you that are asking, she also does not have some like massive following. So it's not like he's sending this photo to somebody who he thinks is going to be able to get the photo out to the masses. Like, it's so weird. So Mikey McCoy has some explaining to do. Why did you look at Dan Flood and then take the picture and then look at Dan Flood again right before Charlie was killed? If I have that timestamp right. Why are you messaging some random woman who's old enough to be your mother and seemingly hitting on her? If you weren't hitting on her, why does this seem like it's a cry for help?
You know what, though? In all fairness, especially seeing like Erika's history and all, at least it's an older woman. You know what I mean? Like, at least he's not like doing this with like some fucking 15-year-old. You know? Like, yeah, it's weird. It's creepy. Yeah, but it could be a lot worse. It could be a lot worse. So I'm not going to go too hard on the amazing Mikey McCoy. You know, like, because this is, like I said, it's a data point that you could cross him off the list of potential PDFs. Just saying. I wonder what his wife had to say about that conversation, though, or about that message. And this also makes you wonder, who else is Mikey McCoy DMing with behind the scenes? And what other kind of audio messages is he sending to women? Just saying.
Mikey, what's going on? Where are you, buddy? What are you doing? What's with this behavior? Kind of seems like there's more to this story, Mikey. It kind of seems like something's going on with you. And it kind of seems like maybe that's why all of these people are doing everything they can to keep you out of the spotlight, even though you were in the spotlight in the beginning. But hey, I'm just a conspiracy theorist.
So many things are just going through my mind right now.
What's this girl's name, by the way? I see that it's In Cahoots podcast, but I've never seen this girl before. I don't know who she is. What does she go by?
Okay, let's start from the beginning. I think it's very clear that Mikey and Dead Flood were exchanging looks at one another. That automatically comes off as odd because it does kind of give the feeling like, okay, they might be exchanging signals. Weird. When Mikey lifted up his phone, I always thought maybe he just kind of maybe hit his wife's contact to start a phone call or hit send on a message. But it's clearly there, and this video was not fake. It's clearly showing that he took a photo right before Charlie was shot. Now, what would be the point of that? Why?
Now, guys, before we keep going, I want you guys to do me one more favor. I appreciate everybody that's liking and subscribing the video, but if you could also follow me on X, that would be great. I believe there should be a link to my X and my Instagram in the description. If you want to search for it, it's at RealBayes. I'm just starting to grow my following on X. I'm posting a lot of stuff on there. I'm breaking news when I can. I was all week during the preliminary hearing. And if you want to like, share, repost, quote, post some of my content on there to help my exposure, I would appreciate it a lot.
Would he do that? And I want you guys to hit the comment section and let me know what you think about that. Now, when it comes to Dan Flood, and this is why I said you guys are going to kick my butt, it looks like there's something in his shirt on his shoulder. And I'm not trying to start a whole new conspiracy or anything like that. I'm just calling it as I see it, but I am going to show you what I mean. First, just pay attention to how they exchange looks. Then you'll see Mikey take the picture. Take a look.
Too many. I'm empirical. It's 5. Okay, now 5 is a lot, right? I'm gonna give you some credit. Do you know how many mass shooters there have been?
So right there, Mikey took the picture, and then he looks at Dan Flood. So Dan Flood took a look at Mikey. Mikey was already looking at him. Dan sticks his arm out, but look at Dan's shoulder. Now we know that Dan is buff. Okay, that's cute. That's cute. We know that he's buff, but why does it look like that? Why does his shoulder look like that? Now he's not about to scratch. He's not going to go like this, like, oh, itchy. He's not trying to massage his muscles. You don't see him like kind of massage. He presses something.
Remember what I was telling you guys before about blowing up little images, how it just gets more and more blurry? This is what I was talking about. If you guys saw, I just snapped a little screenshot there of this image so we can all take a closer look together. And it is very blurry. So now what I'm going to do, let's see if we can work some magic here, shall we? Upload it onto ChatGPT. I'm not spelling thoroughly right. I don't care. Analyze this image thoroughly. let's see. Here we go. You guys are getting a little exclusive into how I work. While that's going, we'll just take another look here. It does look like there's something there. It definitely looks like there's something there. My neck still doesn't really crack when I go that way. I pinched the nerve a couple of weeks ago. Ended up having to miss a couple shows over it. It's been a nightmare. All right, you know what? While this is cooking, I'll just get back to the other video for now.
Thing. Just watch, and I'm going to play it again, but watch. What was that? Again. Whose arm moves up like that? It looks like there's something in there in the precise moment that he does that little pressing action. The shot goes off.
Counting or not counting gang violence? Great. Gang violence. Great.
Think about it. It's not like he massaged his shoulder where you can actually see him massaging it as if maybe he was stiff. Like, you don't see this action. You don't see this action, right?
Now, hypothetically, that's such a great catch, by the way. And hypothetically, that would work with my other theory. How when Charlie went down and we saw all these other hand signals, all these other really good shots close up to Rick Cutler doing this, the hand motion itself, Frank Turek with the hat, this one doing, like there was a lot. They flooded the zone, or so it felt like. What if all of that was to keep everybody looking in different directions and think that the initial hand signal was what you were looking at with the anomaly with Dan Flood? And that the signal itself, in combination with Cutler's signal and Frank Turek with the hat and everything else, was to just distract people with as many distractions as possible for Dan Flood possibly doing something else. This is very interesting. Yo, chat, you guys are the best. See, this is why I listen to you. Thank you so much. Because I did not know this video existed. Now, let's take a look at the image that I made. Let's see. What do you think? You see this? This is the initial blurry image with the screenshot that I took. Oh, sorry. And this is high res. You know what? Let me just download that. See if I could blow it up for you guys so you can take a better look. There. There's the original. There's mine. It's pretty close, right? I think so. Now let's see what it thinks it could be. Based on the image you provided and publicly available footage, there isn't enough information to determine what, if anything, was under a security team member's shirt. Any specific identification beyond what is visibly supported would be speculation. What could be reasonably considered a concealed radio? This is the most common item carried by an executive protection personnel. A handheld radio is often, I think we could clip that. Soft body armor. I mean, maybe if he wasn't rubbing it right before the shot. Medical kit. I don't know about that. Spare magazines, flashlight. Electronic equipment. Phones, battery packs, body-worn cameras, or communication hardware can also create visible contours. Regarding the specific bulge in your screenshot, the image is approximately 115 by 147 pixels, making it extremely low resolution. Heavy JPEG compression, motion blur, and scaling artifacts make edge detection unreliable. The bright area appears to be a combination of lighting and shirt folds. There are no discernible seams, straight edges, clips, or outlines that would allow a reliable identification. I cannot assign meaningful probabilities to specific objects from this frame alone. Now, hold on. Let me see if there's something else that I can do. Here we go. Let's copy the transcript. Let's go to the video. So now what I'm doing is I'm taking the transcript from the Cahoots video, I'm uploading the video, and I'm telling it to analyze both and cross-reference it with my other research to try to figure out what's going on. And while that's cooking,
it's literally like, again.
Over the last 10 years. Counting or not counting gang violence. Great.
Like, what was that? And then it doesn't help that Mikey just casually just turns around, walks away, finger in one ear, phone on the other. That does not help either. Questions are, Mikey, why did you take that photo? And then shoot a look over to Dan. Dan Flood pressing on his shoulder like that. Where
I hope you guys appreciate that I'm sharing the recipe for how I do my cooking with you guys. And this isn't, this is a little peek to the type of stuff that I do in my members only content and what I will continue to do more of in my members only content if you guys become members and that's what you want to see.
it looks like there's clearly something there. And Mikey walking off, that just, it's odd. Now, I want to get back into the messages. I don't agree with Ian when it comes to him saying like, okay, this woman is, an older woman. She could be your mom. Are you flirting with her? I don't think he's flirting with her. That's just not the vibe that I get out of there. I see where he's coming from, because especially how like calm his voice is. Sometimes it can sound like a little Mac, like he's doing a little Mac Daddy voice. But in my opinion, it kind of seems like he found a regular person that is not affiliated with anything surrounding the organization, anything mainstream, just a regular ex-user who seemed nice. And he seems like he had a lot on his chest and a lot on his mind. And he found someone that was disconnected from the entire thing that he could
talking about Trigger Smart,
possibly confide in. What I want to do is go back to that portion of the video and I want to read their messages. Looking at their thread here, it does seem like Mikey felt comfortable with her. It just seemed to me like he just needed someone to talk to. The message above the photo says, including my call logs that I pulled from AT&T's website and provided to Erika to give to Candace. However, even with my detailed notes and explanations, Candace still twisted it and even got it wrong by saying I called my brother, even though Erika explained it was Charlie's assistant, Danny. So then he sends her a photo with the metadata, with its time-stamped, date, time, location, everything is there. And underneath that, he writes, "Here's the last photo I took, just so you have it. Also, I can't respond to everyone, but I am trying my best here. Please know where I'm coming from." At this point, I don't even think that Mikey feels as if he could even speak with a therapist, because the first thing that I'm thinking is, he might need to go to therapy. But then again, that may not be safe for him either. And maybe it could just be guilt. Maybe he just really needs a friend. Maybe he feels threatened. Maybe he feels like he can't even talk to his own wife about this stuff. But needless to say, I highly doubt that he thought that this would ever come out. But we'll get there later. All right, so now this thread is before the audio message. Now, this is the woman that he's speaking to in purple. And I hope you can appreciate that. I'm confused as to why you would give yours freely. Could you send a voice note at some point so I can confirm that it's actually you? And also, what is on your mind to discuss? Mikey says, I actually don't give out my number. And honestly, I don't always respond to people. I feel like the Lord is telling me to communicate with you. It seems to me that the woman that he's speaking to, she kind of couldn't believe her eyes either. Seems like she's like, well, of all people, why are you talking to me? Why are you giving your number out to me? He actually gave his number to her, which is, again, why she said, why would you give yours so freely? Now, I want to know what you guys think about this. So please, please comment and let me know. But in my opinion, I'm kind of up and down on this. And I wonder what else was talked about. How much did he share? If he felt so compelled and he felt like he was being led by the Holy Spirit to communicate with this woman, how much did he share and how much would he have shared? Did he get caught talking to her? Did the conversation just cease? Because now I'm thinking about it when it comes to the woman. Did you share this information a little bit too soon? Was there a possibility that maybe he could have felt so comfortable and really gave her the raw information that a lot of people are looking for? What got this to a point as to where the woman decided to share it with a big creator, knowing that it would come out and possibly go viral? Because now all trust is lost with Mikey McCoy and this woman. That's gone.
Sorry, guys. I got a lot of stuff cooking right now. A lot of stuff cooking. I don't know if I'm going to be able to pull everything up right now. There's a lot of stuff I'm going to have to check and cross-reference and fact-check and whatnot. It's like a real pain in the ass. Let me see. What else do they talk about? Where are we at in this video? Oh, we're almost at the end. All right, we'll keep going.
If this is all 100% true from what it looks like it is, Ian vetted it. I follow Ian. He seems pretty credible. If this is all true, and I'll put allegedly behind this entire video, but I wonder what happened between the two of them as to where it got to a point where the person decided to share it. Did Mikey ask her to share it? I mean, because think about it, all trust would be gone between the two of them. Mikey technically, allegedly, just got exposed because there's a lot of weird things about this. First of all, you're talking to a random person. You have no idea who she is. You just feel compelled to talk to her. You're giving her information. You took a odd photo the seconds before Charlie was taken down after you're sharing these weird glances with Dan Flood. The moment you take the picture, you look up at him, he looks at you, and then he does the little arm thing. There's just a lot of questions behind this, in my opinion. The whole Mike theory, exploding Mike theory. What if Brian Harpole really didn't have anything to do with it? What if this whole time Dan had some weird detonator in the sleeve of his shirt that he gently...
And guys, I know those of you that are already members that have been watching me consistently, you will already know that I have pointed out in multiple videos and lives in the past couple months that in the Sean Ryan Brian Harpole interview, that Brian Harpole was going out of his way to distance himself from Dan Flood and hand signals. Let me see. Where are we at? No, this is all out of whack. I'm going to have to do a lot of homework with this. See, it's not as simple with AI as just like adding things in. You got to like kind of like recalibrate it every time. Like every time I try to get like the most accurate assessment, I have to like go through all these different transcripts and data points and upload images and like re-explain certain things. And I'm not going to be able to do that right now. But if you guys want to see that, I could definitely do that in the future, but it's going to have to be its own show. It's not, 4 hours in. It's not a project I'm trying to start, but I'll get it all organized and ready. This is really interesting. This is really interesting. You know what I do kind of want to see now?
The only response.
Let's see, where was it? Was this it?
Everywhere I went. And, one of the rumors was.
Wow, I am so good. I even remember exactly where this damn timestamp. I didn't even need AI.
And, this is, it's.
Especially a man in that position.
And it's like, hey, man, I'm not a fan, but, Bill Belichick won for a reason. He told his people, hey, do your job. And, hey, if you don't want to do your job, that's fine. Do the job you said you were going to do. How about that one? So that's kind of where our guys are set up on there. And then I was to Charlie's right.
There's a lot of chatter on the internet about hand and arm signals, from the security team. There's been concerns about it from my own personnel that work here. I've worked security details.
Wow, this is interesting. I've never seen this happen before. Oh, shit. Wow, look at this. Look at this. I've never gotten that pop-up before. We're having trouble processing uploads right now. Please try again later. ChatGPT is blocking me from uploading my past notes to cross-reference with this. That's interesting. I've had issues with miscalculations, but I haven't seen that before. We'll get back to that.
Done a lot of sniper work.
Did you ever use hand and arm signals?
I used hand and arm signals every single time on every detail, everywhere I went. And, one of the rumors was,
yes, of course I have Web, but the issue is Web does not have all of my notes. Web has the preliminary hearings. There's a lot of stuff that I have that I would have to upload into Web, and that would be another whole thing in of itself. But I'm going to talk to Kevin this week. Kevin, one of Ian's partners with Web, and I'm going to see what the best way to get my notes and get everything in there and organized the right way without spending as more time and effort than necessary.
He's got the ball cap. He did the ball cap wiggle. That's the Marine Corps sniper. I've done a lot of sniper operations. Nobody wears ball caps.
So that was my lead question. You ever use hand signals? And it's like, yes.
Yes.
Were your hands?
And you would already establish. I'm going to cover for you here because this is a rumor that I just fucking hate.
I know.
Because that is what it takes. You can't be on the radio all the time because you're tying the net up. We had already established that you had other security professionals within the crowd that you're trying to communicate with, and that's how you do it. That is how you do it.
Well, I'll speak to this one. You're using hand signals, or if you were to use hand signals, and those are an option, especially like under MVG or things like that. One, are those hand signals normal ones that you would see during normal gesticulation? Are those definitive hand signals? They're definitive so that they can't be confused with a guy scratching his ass. And so that's the first one. The second one is that hand signal. When a bubble team is there, we're not using hand signals. Sniper details, absolutely.
Now, you guys hear what he's saying right now? You understand what's going on? So Sean Ryan is kind of trying to run cover for him to make it easier for Brian Harpole to explain things and to give him more credibility. So Sean Ryan, he was a Navy SEAL. He was a CIA contractor. He worked for Blackwater. He has done the highest level of security detail that you could basically do. And Sean Ryan is saying that him on his details, that they used hand signals every single time on every single detail because that's how it gets done. He even went as far to say, let me cover for you here. Now, when he's saying, let me cover for you, it's like, let me explain this. Let the audience hear it from me so that they understand. And then he passes it back to Brian Harpole, who then goes, no, we don't use security. Why we don't use hand signals. We don't use hand signals in my security detail. Why would we use hand signals? Doesn't make sense. If you're a sniper, yeah, but in a bubble doing protection, no. Completely contradicting what Sean Ryan set him up for. And now Brian Harpole is saying, yeah, well, I mean, what you guys are calling hand signals, is it a definitive hand signal or is it just a guy scratching his ass? Like, is it a hand signal or not? Like, people are saying that different twitches and motions are hand signals and they're not even hand signals. And now this is where it gets interesting.
Why? Because you can see that. Are we looking around at each other looking for hand signals? We're looking at in the front in our area of responsibility. If we needed to relay a message, then we would, hey, right here on comms. Or we're notorious for, if I need to get somebody's attention on the team, I'm not going to sit there and use a hand signal if he's in my line of sight. I'm just going to go like that. He's going to look up and I'm going to go.
Now, that kind of drives me crazy because think about it. If you are doing security, especially for somebody like Charlie Kirk, you're going to want to be discreet, especially if you're in the crowd. You're not going to want the people around to know who everybody in security is. Now, personally, I feel like flashing a flashlight would be a horrible idea. Number one, if you're in broad daylight like they were on September 10th, nobody's going to see it. Number two, if it's dark, then everybody's going to see it. It's going to draw massive amounts of attention, and it might blow the cover of some of the security detail. And if there is a potential threat that people are looking at, flashing a flashlight is going to definitely draw that person's attention, and then he's going to be able to identify the security. So I that whole flashlight thing, instead, I just think that is the most ridiculous thing that he could have said.
And so if I looked up and did a hand signal on the team and did that or that, he's going to look at me like, so what do you want me to do then? Right. So for that's not good communication. It has to be definitive. It has to be necessary.
It could be an acknowledgement.
Absolutely.
And now Sean Ryan is doubling down. He said it could be an acknowledgement. What he means by that is, okay, well, a hand signal in that situation, like you're saying, you don't use hand signals, but what if somebody needs to like go to the bathroom or do something else? Like, shouldn't there be a signal to be like, hey, I need a minute? You know what I mean? That's what I got out of that's what Sean Ryan is trying to say. Now, I'm going to slow this down a little bit. If I've done this in the past couple times, bear with me. I apologize if you've already seen me do this. But Sean Ryan is about to have some sort of movement going on. The camera's going to be on Brian Harpole, but you're going to see Sean Ryan do some sort of movement. And then Brian Harpole is going to point it out and say, that right there, that is a definitive hand signal. And then watch what Brian Harpole does. And you tell me if there's any similarities.
Yeah. Receive.
Get me out of here.
Yeah. You're right. Absolutely.
Right here. You see, Sean Ryan just looks like he touched his nose. Now pay attention to Sean Ryan's shoulder, right around here. Pay attention when you see movement here. And then once you see the movement, look right at Brian Harpole's face and look for his reaction.
Absolutely. Yeah. And what you're doing there is deliberate.
You guys see it? He's looking right at him in the eyes. He's doing not exactly the same motion as Dan Flood, because Dan Flood, as you know, just went there. And now that we see that there might have been a device there, it makes sense why Dan Flood did not slide his arm down. But Brian Harpole is doing almost the same exact motion, and he's seeing, see, what you're doing right there is deliberate. I'll back it up a little bit, and then I'll play it in real time so you guys could get the full context.
Whole team is there. We're not using hand signals. Sniper details, absolutely. Why? Because you can see that. Are we looking around at each other looking for hand signals? We're looking at in the front in our area of responsibility. If we needed to relay a message, then we would, hey, right here on comms. And or we're notorious for, if I need to get somebody's attention on the team, I'm not going to sit there and use a hand signal if he's in my line of sight. I'm just going to go like that. He's going to look up and I'm going to go. And so if I looked up and did a hand signal on the team and did that or that, he's going to look at me like, so what do you want me to do then? So for that, that's not good communication. It has to be definitive. It has to be necessary.
See, it has to be definitive. That's what he's saying. It has to be definitive. It has to be necessary. Sorry, I backed up a couple seconds too much, but here we go.
It could be an acknowledgement.
Absolutely.
I mean,
yep. Receipt.
Get me out of here.
Yep. You're right. Absolutely. Yeah. And what you're doing there is deliberate. Yeah. These are deliberate.
You know?
Yeah. So no, we don't use hand signals on that one. We didn't use hand signals that day. We've never used hand signals other than the general ones. Here, 2 people. Here.
He looks like the manager of a restaurant right now, getting ready to seat some customers, right? Chat, put a 1 in the chat if you've ever worked in the restaurant business. And he's like, you know, he looks like he's picking up the menus, like telling his staff, like, yeah, we got 2 people over there. It's so ridiculous. It's so ridiculous.
You know, none of that was done. None of that was done. You had Frank Turek and people messing with him because he adjusted his hat. It's like, okay, and substantiate. All right, so he touched his hat. There were a line of people in the front and all the other people that also did all.
See, now he's identified. This is what I mean. This is why I'm saying that I believe that he was purposefully distancing himself from Dan Flood. And keep in mind, Brian Harpole no longer works for TPUSA. Last I checked, Dan Flood does. That's another data point. But he acknowledges the Dan Flood hand signal, identifies it as a definitive signal. Then he says that no hand signals were done. Nope, never, not on his watch. And then he references other things that were considered hand signals, saying that it's ridiculous. But he never actually acknowledges the Dan Flood hand signal. And I believe that Sean Ryan was trying to get that out of him, trying to get him to explain the Dan Flood hand signal, because that was the one that stood out the most to everybody. It was also the most important one because it was the one that was done right before Charlie went down. But I think that Sean identified that Brian was kind of dancing around that whole situation and trying to avoid it. And then he just kept it moving. I don't know if you guys agree with my analysis, but I mean, I've been saying this for a couple months now, and that's just how I see it. Let's see if there's anything else we can find, especially now with all this new recent updates and information, especially since the preliminary hearing.
Kind of things before that. It's like everybody's subject to that. I get it. Man, I'm a huge, and I'm not a conspiracy theory guy, but I do believe that there are things out there bigger than you and I that are in operations.
Mm-hmm.
It's a fact. I also am a huge believer in the First Amendment. And so these people that are out there saying all this, back up. Why is the First Amendment so important? Because back in the day when our founding fathers said, man, why do we need this amendment first? And because a voice is an arms for people that don't have arms. That's what it was for. It was a collective or a single voice could be powerful to a hierarchy of people that can't be conquered with an arm. So we have to have this voice, and we have to protect this voice at all costs. And they said, and they wanted us to have that. And that's why they put it first. And it should be used as a shield. Well, nowadays with the media and now social media, that right has been used as a sword. And the sword of public opinion. It's like, hey, well, let's just put a bunch of lies out there and claim First Amendment.
Yeah, Stacey, you know, I was so pissed when this interview first came out. I went very, very hard on it. I went very hard on Sean Ryan. I accused him of being potentially controlled opposition, or that he was at the very minimum doing TPUSA a favor. But as time has gone on, as I got to know other people, as I got to know people that had interactions and know Brian Harpole personally, and as more information has come out in the case and we've seen things play out, I see this interview much different. I see this interview a lot different today than I did back in December.
And we can say whatever we want. And it's like, when's that stop? And literally whatever you want. You've seen some of the idiocy out there. Palm gun, exploding microphone, hand signals. It's like, it doesn't even have to be true, and it doesn't matter.
Mm-hmm.
And so you're just using that First Amendment as a sword and not a shield. And we gotta step back at that and look at it. I was talking to your guys earlier, and I was like, at some point you put those people in the Wayback Machine. And the Wayback Machine is you take them to 1985. And when people said something that was untrue about you or your family, and they said something bad about you that other people heard, you split their lip.
There's a consequence.
An immediate consequence. Not a consequence that comes through a lawsuit 3.5 years later, an immediate consequence. So
now, I find that very, very interesting. He's saying if you say things to attack people, you say things that you know are not true to attack people, that there should be a consequence. When you're using the First Amendment as a sword, right? That's what he's saying. Now, my question is, would Brian Harpole bring this same energy to Erika Kirk and everybody that was in the courtroom this week and lied, flat out lied about them releasing footage that they claimed showed in high resolution Tyler Robinson taking the shot and killing Charlie Kirk? Do you think Brian Harpole thinks that Erika Kirk should get her lip split, or Jack Posobiec, or Benny Johnson, or any of these other scumbags that are spreading that lie, trying to manipulate the public into being okay with the execution of Tyler Robinson when there's so much evidence working against the prosecution's case? I would love to interview Brian Harpole today. Brian Harpole, if you're listening to this, I am so sorry. I am so sorry for anything that I ever said that might have offended you. I didn't make the same kind of accusations that some other people did or another person did. Not Candace, not saying names. You know. But I'm sorry if I offended you, and I would love to have you on my show. Maybe I'll see if Gary will put in a good word. Guys, put a 1 in the chat if you would love to see a RealBayes Brian Harpole interview. Because I've got questions. Oh boy, do I have questions.
So that a level of respect is gained. And then also, hey, if you do this again, I'll see you next time as well. And at some point, some people need to be put in the Wayback Machine.
Mm-hmm. Definitely not going to disagree with you on that one. So let's talk about the immediate response. Let's get back to that.
Yeah.
Could you tell it was gunfire?
Yes.
How could you tell?
Been around.
You know what? There's something else I want to show. Something else I just realized. So, I'm not going to pull the clip up right now of the preliminary hearing. I think we've all watched it, enough of that. But at the preliminary hearing, there was an officer that testified. He described the outdoor stairs south of the Losi building as open to the public. A person could walk up the stairs, reach the elevated pathway, and jump a guardrail onto the gravel roof. The witness calls the roof restricted, but acknowledges that it was physically accessible and separated only by a small railing or natural barrier. Now, I want you to listen to what Brian Harpole had to say way back in December. And I have said multiple times recently as well that I think that UVU definitely needs to be investigated because there are a lot of things that don't add up with UVU. I am way more suspicious of UVU than I am Charlie Kirk's security team minus Dan Flood. Dan Flood, I still got an awful lot of questions about. But as far as Brian Harpole goes, I am way more suspicious of UVU.
And then other people have areas of responsibility. Well, the Monday before the event, we were still working through the arrival. And so we have concerns with rooftops. We got a location that we're not keen with. We know what our responsibility is. We know what our statutory authority is. We know that we can't go up and set up our guys in sniper observer positions. It's not going to be allowed. And so we have some correspondence with the chief of the school on that day, on Monday before Charlie was killed. And why this hadn't come out and why he won't stand up like a man and admit this, I don't know. But he's watching a bunch of men lose their careers, and he's okay with it. On Monday before, this correspondence went to Chief Long. Hello, Chief Long. We received this message today from the student group. There is a student roof access pretty close to where CK will be set up at the Utah Valley. The Sorensen Center has a couple of staircases that go up to walkways on the roofs. He comes back, and for edification, the Sorensen Center was the building in front of the Lucy Center. And so he comes back and he says, you want access to the roof. And came back and said, I was told students have access above us. If this is true, it would be nice to either have it controlled access or allow one of my guys to be there as well, if possible. He comes back and his last correspondence was, I got you covered. What else am I to do? When a command level person from an accredited police department says, I've got this area.
Jeez. Have you been in who is that?
That was the chief of police for the UVU police department. We've called him. He's never called us back.
Holy shit. Does he have?
And now, hold on. I want to put Brian Harpole on the screen when I say this part. And now, I was joking around before saying, hold on. I want to make sure. I feel like my mic got a little low for some reason. It did, probably because I was getting loud. So, just now before, when I said that I want to apologize to Brian Harpole, I kind of came off like I was joking, but I'm not. This part, when I heard this the first time, I was very hard on Brian Harpole because Brian Harpole said something about this that rubbed me the wrong way, as we're going to hear in a minute. Brian Harpole said, "Do I have to tell somebody to do their job?" And now, at the time, it came off to me like he was just passing the buck. And I went very hard on Brian Harpole. I said that you had one job. One job. Keep Charlie alive. I've said that multiple times. I think I even said it the other week. But now, after this week's preliminary hearings and seeing the level of corruption and how everything's played out and just how dirty all this evidence is, I sincerely apologize to Brian Harpole because I went way too hard on him. If he's texting the chief of police, same police that was involved in this investigation, and we've seen how that's worked. But if he texted him, he reached out to him concerned about that roof, and the chief of police said, "Don't worry, I got you covered," then it is on the chief of police. And it's on UVU. It was wrong of me to accuse Brian Harpole of just passing the buck and to put all the weight on the responsibility for him in hindsight. And I say all the time that I get things wrong. I'm very transparent. Everything that I do is, like I react a lot as I get information, and I'm not always right. Sometimes you have to, and this is why I take the time to rewatch these things. Because if you really want to be objective, if you really want to get the truth, you can't just go over everything once. When new information comes in, you have to go back to the old information and you have to cross-reference it. You have to take the time to rewatch these interviews, even if they're 3 or 4 hours long. Because I've watched this one multiple times. And every time there's a new flood of information that comes out, I see at least one thing a little bit differently. So, yes, when I say that I apologize to Brian Harpole, I genuinely mean that. Now, do I still think that he knows more than he's saying? Do I think that he's completely innocent? No, I'm not. That is part of the reason why I would like to talk to him, whether on or off the record. But for me to just go so hard and keep the spotlight on him, knowing what I know now, was not fair. It was not as objective as I would like to be, and that I take pride in being. So it is important for me to just get that on the record.
From an accredited police department says, "I've got this area."
Jeez. Have you been in who was that?
That was the chief of police for the UVU police department. We've called him. He's never called us back.
Holy shit. Does he have a name?
Chief Long.
Chief Long.
And I didn't know if it said deputy in that or not, because in the correspondence or in his stuff on the website, it says Deputy Chief Long, but we just called him Chief Long. So it's like, yeah, I got guys that are 10 times more qualified than what he could have produced for us, probably.
So literally all they had to do is post anybody at that stairwell.
Stairwell,
or
roof.
Put a drone up or
let up.
And now keep in mind, Brian Harpole was told that he was denied the use of drones, which I also went very hard on him and called bullshit for. But as we get more information, as we factor everything together, as we find out that there was a witness on the scene who graduated from UVU that said that UVU provided more security for a graduation than a Charlie Kirk event. A Charlie Kirk event where the chief of police apparently broke his word and did not cover the roof. There was failures in leadership and lapses in security all around.
Us. Let you do your job.
Or let us. You know, our team is built.
Would it be okay if we put that screenshot of that text up for everybody to see?
Absolutely.
So they know it's real?
Yeah, absolutely. And do a FOIA for his phone.
That's a good idea.
Do a FOIA. Do a FOIA for his phone. And
see, and he's calling him out. He's calling him out.
Have those records put out so everybody can see them. Do a FOIA for the communications for days leading up to it. Do it. And the truth's like a lion. You set it free and it'll fight for itself.
One of my favorite sayings. Last question before we take a break. I just want to ask, were you understaffed or I mean, was anybody sick? Did you have what you needed?
Yeah, we usually had been
the same as every other event.
No, we upped it. Yeah.
You upped it.
Yeah, we upped it. We usually would run 8 to 9, depending on how many movements and how much movement inside. And so based on no articulable threat, but just the current world situation prior to that day, we upped the manpower to 12. And then we had actually a 13 there that came in the drive party. And so, but yeah, we upped it based on nothing, because it's like, all right, that we're in a kind of a place where we don't want to be. We're expecting a big crowd. It's the first one. We don't want to get behind the 8 ball. In security industry, it's a prevention industry, not a response industry. It is a response industry, but it should be a prevention industry. So we're there in the prevention model. And so you can see about.
Now here, this is a little contradictory. Because now, remember, at the time that this interview came out, it was believed that Brian Harpole was top of the food chain with Charlie's security. But that's not true. It was actually Dan Flood. Now, we just heard him passing the buck, or, you know, maybe that's not the term. I just apologize for using that. But to some degree, it's still passing the buck. I just went too hard on him for it. But you see him calling out Chief Long, and I'm calling out UVU. But here he's going to remind people that he identified the threat, but that was Dan Flood's role.
Israel, and that he had expressed concerns about this to various media personalities. You know, my question is the man that owns the company that's in charge of his security detail, and you are the head guy on his security detail, were there any concerns about that or any other organization, political party, foreign nation? Did he express any of those concerns to you?
No, and we Dan works for Turning Point as their security guy, and so Dan feeds down that to us to our contracted security, which is us for integrity.
Mm-hmm.
And so nothing had ever come now from Dan, from Charlie down to us about that. Now, at the same time, you got to look at the world we live in,
mm-hmm.
and that's a reality. It's a reality that an organization, whether it be a hate group of any type, could want to hurt anybody. Not necessarily Israel, but we look at mathematics too, and there's probabilities and possibilities, right? And I look at the probabilities. The possibilities are infinite. And the probabilities are that it's not. The probabilities are the people that want to hurt him are the people that are there screaming things at him in front of us half the time.
Mm-hmm.
And so we have to look at those probabilities and the mathematics. We look at the possibilities too. And those possibilities, I'm sure, are out there, but we've never got any detail or intel to show that.
And this is another reason why and hearing this again makes me almost want to take back my apology, because I go by probabilities. Like, that's the whole reason why I go by Bayes theorem. It's probability-based math formulas. So when I heard him talking about probabilities versus possibilities, and then he's, spitting some of this gibberish out, things that don't really make sense or didn't make sense to me at the time, I just thought he was full of shit. Like, he lost a lot of credibility with me right here when he was talking about it, because what he was saying was not matching up with my numbers at the time. After very careful analysis and running over a bunch of analytics and scenarios and whatnot, I was just like, what the hell is this guy talking about? He's just talking out of his ass.
Yeah, we should look into this deeper.
I mean, it is very interesting that if he was that concerned about foreign nations or opposite political affiliations, I mean, if he was that concerned, I don't know why that wouldn't have been disseminated down to the security detail. I mean, I have a security detail, and if I feel that there is a threat, even if it's just a feeling, that's the first people that I tell is my security detail.
And that's a very important data point, because remember, we now know that Charlie did think that there was a threat. And Charlie did tell the top of his security and risk assessment, and that was Dan Flood. Charlie messaged Dan Flood the day before he was allegedly shot in the neck, and he said that he thought they were going to kill him. Said the same thing to Andrew Colvett. Andrew Colvett then told Candace it was supposed to be her. Just a couple weeks before September 10th, reports were coming out that people close to Charlie were saying that Charlie believed that if he left the pro-Israel cause, that they might kill him. Then the day before the event where Charlie was killed, he messaged Dan Flood and Andrew Colvett, and possibly others. Again, sometimes you got to rewatch these things, and then you get new information and you see it a little bit differently.
We look at all that, and you can go back and look at his speeches, and Charlie was an absolute supporter of Israel. And then he would say, and they would ask him why. And then so, we're in those things and we're listening, but at the same time you're looking, but you hear these things and you hear them over. And I can remember him saying, he was a supporter of it because, one, a nation should be able to defend itself after they've been attacked. Two, Charlie was a devout Christian to the point that he gave his life for it. And he referenced this, and I heard him reference it, where those places that are our holy land are being taken away from us and not being able to visit, and that you can't go there. And so that protection of Israel was important to him and those holy sites. And he'd been there. And so he had talked about being there and how it changed his life. And so that's why those sites in that area was important for him to protect. Now, how you can derive Israeli hitmen out of that, I have no idea.
Now, does he sound believable right now, chat? I'm not trying to stir stuff up. I'm asking you honestly. Maybe I apologized too soon. Maybe I shouldn't have apologized at all. Maybe Brian Hartpole is genuinely afraid for himself and his family right now. I don't know. I don't know. I just don't know. But I really know. I know one thing, though. If this case goes to trial, I really, really, really hope that both Brian Hartpole and Dan Flood and Andrew Colvett all have to take the stand, and that they all get cross-examined. and that they go very, very hard on them, because that's where we're going to get the truth. Hopefully.
We have never received anything from the FBI, which they were pretty good about sharing information, Secret Service, because of the, the Charlie Circle. And we had never received anything from anybody that was credible, that was saying that groups of that entity was a threat to him. We received other threats all the time.
Mm-hmm. What kind of
they come in all the time, and so you got to look at them. Are they First Amendment, or are they actual threats?
Mm-hmm.
And so First Amendment threats would come in, and these people have disgusting. They're like, Charlie, I can't wait till you come to, I was somewhere on the West Coast. I can't remember what town it was, but I can't wait till you come to this town so that I hope somebody shoots you in the head and we can pee in the hole.
What?
Yeah. It's like, where do you get this kind of stuff,
man?
And so where do you benefiting from it, right? And so, am I gonna spend an exorbitant amount of time with a possibility that I don't have any tangible intel on and haven't received any, or am I gonna put my eggs into this basket that is a probability right here?
Mm-hmm.
And so it's probable these people are doing it with bomb threats, routinely, physical, threats to person. And so you got to look at all these things and work those angles. And, Dan did that meticulously, and he shared that information with us. And so if that came in, we got it. And we never got anything that, no Mossad or nothing. That was never, not once.
Did anybody, I've interviewed a lot of warfighters. I'm a warfighter. A lot of times somebody on the team will have some type of a feeling or a premonition, or, hey, we shouldn't be here right now, or something's about to happen. I don't have a good feeling about this. Did anybody you're on your team, or Charlie, anybody express any concerns about that day?
On that day, for us personally, when you walk in and we talk about workup, right? So we start the back workup, and then we're a little different also, as far as our guys don't just get to show up. The team goes out and we physically build all of our prevention model. So they don't show up and just see it. They physically build it, and we walk through it each other, and we make sure things are done right. And so our guys are pulling bike racks and putting them together, and they're putting tape up, and they're looking at places all around the bubble that our area of responsibility is. And so, they're looking around thinking, God, this is horrible. It's a beautiful amphitheater there at UVU, but, you're a tactician. If you're somewhere and you're covered from an elevated position from 180 degrees, it's horrible.
Mm-hmm.
And that's where we were, but that's come out. It's like, why would they have it there? This is ignorance. It's a security fail. And I'm like, well, one, that's where they told us we had to have it. We weren't optioned out anywhere else. Mm-hmm. There's a permit you have to get. And the school says, nope, this is where you have to have it. We don't get to argue with them. We don't get to say, no, but that's it. This is where you have to do it. And then secondarily, Charlie liked it. It wasn't ticketing. You didn't have gates. Regular people showed up, and we had spoke to him about it before. And it's like, man, this is getting dangerous, and his response was, I know. And so it's like, but if you ticket it and you make people jump through hoops to come in, or pay, or go through magnetometers, and then the people with opposing views don't show up, and then there's no conversation. And when there's no conversation, there's more division.
Mm-hmm.
And his goal was to have less division through conversation. And so the easiest way to get that was to open it up. And that's not the first. UVU was an open air, but we did San Francisco, where we had a street takeover and people trying to climb over fences, and our primary and secondary exfil got compromised, and so it was bad.
Wow.
And so we've had New Mexico, where we did San Francisco, no law enforcement assistance, street takeover, not last year, year before, and we ended up physically trying to climb over fences our way out of there. And so it's like, we get it, the risk, but his response and his mentality was that this is worth it. We're making gains here.
In your coordination with UVU, I mean, did they offer any assistance?
So what are you guys thinking about Brian Harpole right now? I'm really curious. And guys, just so you know, we are officially at 5 hours. Do me a favor, if you haven't already, like the video, subscribe to the channel, share it on social media. If you're going to share it on X, please tag me so I see. I appreciate all the love. I appreciate all the support. But I am actually, unfortunately, going to have to wrap it up now because it is 3:30 a.m. my time, and I have to be up in 5.5 hours. But I will be live again tomorrow night. I believe I should have one, if not two, special guests, people that were at UVU this week, investigating UVU and inside the courthouse. So as soon as I get confirmation on the time, I will post it on social media. If for some reason they cannot and they have to reschedule, I will still be doing a show. I'm also going to be doing some other collaborations this week, but I will give you more information on that later. But I really hope that you guys enjoyed tonight, and special thank you to Stacy for showing up. It's good to have you back. I hope that you enjoyed. You got somewhat caught up, and I hope you guys all have a good night. Like I always say, be kind, be grateful, do something nice for somebody, and I will see you guys later. Have a great night.